Chapter 1908. Ha ha ha, delicious, delicious. Human flesh is indeed delicious. If only your body was a little stronger, it would be even more chewy. The 300-meter-long, blood-red shark grinded its teeth as it let out a bone-chilling laugh. The other saint-level experts burst out with their full speed and retreated rapidly, creating a sufficient distance. Looking at the blood-red shark from afar, their eyes were filled with fear. The 100-jong-long blood-red shark's body swayed. Layers of ripples spread out from its body. Its body was covered in a blood-red light. It had a jade-like texture. This was the origin of the blood jade emperor shark. The jade-like blood-red light covered its entire body. Shortly after, its 100-jong long body shrunk rapidly. In the end, the jade-like blood-red light seemed to have solidified, turning into a battle armor that clung tightly to its body. The blood jade emperor shark had turned into its human form, wearing a jade-like blood-red armor. There was a vivid image of a blood-red shark on it. In his human form, he looked extremely similar to a human. The only difference was that his hair was blood-red in color. It was long and flowed down, swaying without any wind. His face was filled with a malevolent coldness. His eyes were filled with a layer of blood-red luster. Wherever his gaze landed, it was as though he was staring at his prey, sending shivers down one's spine. His white teeth were sharp and shimmering with a cold gleam. It was even more chilling, as though one's flesh and bones were being torn apart. "Should I eat all of you?" Blood Jade Emperor Shark seemed to be talking to himself. "Forget it. Today, this palace is more important." Even if this palace was left behind by a human expert, the other races would also gain something from it. Moreover, it would weaken the strength of the human race to a certain extent. Why not? The 50 saint-level experts all retreated far away, not daring to get close at all. They were afraid that they would become the blood jade emperor shark's food if they were to get close. Lan Jiansheng and Lay Devil Reverend's faces were gloomy. They could completely determine the strength of this blood jade emperor shark. "Saint King Expert, blood jade emperor shark, you're already a king. This palace is useless to you." Lan Jiansheng said, "Whether it's useful or not, it's not up to you to decide." Blood Jade Emperor Wang Sha glanced at Lan Jiansheng. That gaze made Lan Jiansheng shudder. His hair stood on end. "This palace is mine. If you want to die, come fight me." Regardless of whether it was Lan Jiansheng or Lei Zun, both of them dreamt of becoming Saint Kings. That was why they had come here to fight for the treasures in this palace. But in front of the blood jade Emperor King Shark, the strength they were so proud of was nothing. They were like ants. They had almost gotten their hands on the opportunity, but they had missed it just like that. Moreover, it was right under their noses. They were naturally very unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. Everything was because of their strength. Wang Sha, the blood jade emperor, was very proud of himself when he saw that he had intimidated so many humans. If it was possible, he obviously wanted to eat all the humans. Unfortunately, the sea realm had its own rules. Eating 1 or 2 people would be fine, but if he ate too many, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. The human saint rulers would not just sit by and watch. Although it was very arrogant, it knew that there were still some saint rulers who could kill it. However, its strength was enough to intimidate these humans, making them not dare to offend it. If they took the initiative to offend it, it would be even better. It would have an excuse to eat them all. The 5-colored luster on the palace gradually weakened. After a while, it would disappear without a trace. At that time, it would be able to enter the palace and take away all the treasures, not leaving anything for the human cultivators. It would indirectly weaken the human race's strength. At this moment, a sword light came from afar. When everyone sensed it, the sword light had already stopped and appeared not far from the palace. Another Saint Realm human has come. Powerful blood chi fluctuations. It must be delicious to eat. Wang Sha, The Blood Jade Emperor swept its scarlet tongue across its sharp teeth. Its eyes were full of greed. It fixed its gaze on the newcomer, as if it could not wait to devour him immediately. Feeling such a malicious gaze, Chumu turned his head and happened to meet the Blood Jade Emperor's eyes. The greed and bloodthirstiness were imprinted in his eyes. It made Chumu frown slightly, but there was no other discomfort. This made the Blood Jade Emperor, Wang Sha, a little surprised. However, the other party's aura fluctuations were obviously at the peak of the Saint Realm. Perhaps others could not sense it, but the Blood Jade Emperor was a mutant of the sea race. It had extraordinary senses. It firmly believed in its judgment. Looking away, Chumu looked at the palace. At this moment, the 5-colored luster on the palace had become very weak. It was faintly discernible, as if it could disappear at any time. In a flash, Chumu quickly went to the palace. Since he had sensed the aura fluctuations and was attracted here, it meant that the palace was destined to be with him. It was a kind of opportunity. Perhaps it could help him improve his strength. In that case, he could not miss it. Courting death! The Blood Jade Emperor's face changed drastically. Not only was this human not afraid of him, he even dared to snatch the opportunity under his nose. He was courting death. In a rage, the Blood Jade Emperor immediately attacked. His palm slapped out fiercely. Instantly, the void condensed and a blood-red palm print expanded in the wind, slapping towards Chumu. This attack suppressed the void, and a sound like a tsunami spread out. It made the scalps of experts like Lan Jianxing and the Thunder Devil Reverend tingle. They did not doubt that if such an attack was aimed at them, they would not have the slightest ability to resist. They would not even be able to dodge it. They would be slapped into a meat patty and die completely. Although they could not see the strength of this person, they had heard the Blood Jade Emperor's words. A peak Saint Realm expert was, at best, an existence on the same level as them. Damn it! Lan Jianxing gritted his teeth and gripped the sword in his hand tightly. Sword qi surged from his body. Even though he did not know the other party, no matter what, he belonged to the human race. As for the Blood Jade Emperor, he belonged to the foreign race. To watch one of his own race being killed by a foreign race without being able to do anything about it was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. The Thunder Devil Reverend's concept of race was not as strong as Lan Jianxing's. However, he felt uncomfortable as well, and his face turned ugly. All of this was sensed by Chumu. By the time the blood-red palm landed, it was already several feet in size. The terrifying pressure was like a blood-red mountain crashing down. Chumu stood in the void without any change in his expression. Only his long robe and long black hair fluttered under the wind pressure brought by the blood-red palm. Just as the blood-red palm was about to hit Chumu, Chumu used one of his fingers like a sword and gently drew from the bottom to the top. A dazzling sword light made everyone close their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, the blood-red palm had been cut in half by the sword light. The two halves flew past the person on the left and right and bombarded the sea. With a loud explosion, countless waves rolled up. As for the seemingly small sword beam, it tore through the void and charged towards the Blood Jade Emperor Wang Sha. "You're a Saint King expert of the human race." Blood Jade Emperor immediately screamed. This was beyond his expectations. Lan Jianxing, Lei Mozin, and the others were also shocked. Soon after, joy appeared on their faces. A Saint King expert of the human race had appeared. Even if the opportunity in the palace was obtained by that person, it was still better than the Blood Jade Emperor. Since the Blood Jade Emperor wanted to kill him, Chumu would not just sit there and wait for his death. His right hand grasped the void, and a dazzling silver light was emitted. The silver light spiritual sword immediately appeared in his hand, releasing a terrifying sharpness. His body flashed, and he became one with the sword. In an instant, he crossed the barrier of time and space and turned into a silver star, piercing towards the Blood Jade Emperor's forehead. The shocking sharpness and speed made the Blood Jade Emperor's expression change drastically. He hurriedly retreated and waved his hands. A terrifying blood-red light shot out. He looked like he was going to fight with his life. However, Chu Mu's body was incomparably agile. He forcefully dodged the Blood Jade Emperor's counterattack. His sword was locked on the Blood Jade Emperor's forehead. There was no way to dodge. The blood-red armor on his body emitted a bright light. It surged upwards and gathered in the middle of his forehead, condensing into a bone armor. Chu Mu's sword also stabbed down at the same time, but it was blocked by the bone armor. At the same time, the Blood Jade Emperor Shark seized the opportunity. A blood-red bone spear appeared in his hands out of nowhere, and he ruthlessly stabbed towards Chu Mu. As the spear stabbed out, the void was split open. Blood-red ripples overlapped and rushed towards Chu Mu in an instant. The spear also missed. Chu Mu's real body appeared beside the Blood Jade Emperor Shark. The silver light spiritual sword slashed down. The incomparably sharp silver sword light silently cut through the void. Its sharpness was shocking, causing the Blood Jade Emperor Shark's pupils to shrink and his hair to stand on end. As soon as the two of them started fighting, Lan Jianxing and Lay Devil Venerable retreated in time to watch from afar. Seeing the power of their attacks and the soul-stirring power contained in each strike, they were extremely excited. This was the strength of Saint Rulers. Every single move they made contained great power, especially Lan Jianxing. When he saw Chu Mu's sword, his eyes blazed. Sword Qi surged from his body due to his excitement. A sword cultivator on the level of a Saint King expert. His sword skills were incomparably exquisite. With just a few glances, Lan Jianxing felt that it was incomparably profound. A feeling of returning to one's origin spontaneously arose. This time, even if I can't obtain the fortune in the palace, just watching this sword cultivator's battle will benefit me greatly. Lan Jianxing inwardly said, "Perhaps I can break through my limit because of this and increase my strength further." Although Lay Devil Venerable wasn't a sword cultivator, a battle of this level was still somewhat helpful to him. As long as he watched and memorized it, he would immediately enter seclusion to comprehend it after returning. It would definitely bring him great benefits. The two of them were excited, and the other human experts were naturally excited as well. A battle between Saint Kings was something that they might not be able to witness in their entire lives. Chapter 1909. Silver-colored sword light flickered in the void. Streaks after streaks of sword light were incomparably sharp. They were earth-shattering as they tore the void apart. Astonishing sword qi filled the entire area. Sword after sword, it continuously forced the Blood Jade Emperor Shark to retreat. With the blood-bone spear in hand, the Blood Jade Emperor Shark's face was ferocious as it constantly defended against Chu Mu's silver light spirit sword, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. At this time, the 5-colored light above the palace had already disappeared. However, no one dared to fight for it. Their gazes were all attracted by the battle between Chu Mu and the Blood Jade Emperor Shark. In fact, even if someone wanted to fight for it, unless their strength was on par with Chu Mu and the Blood Jade Emperor Shark, they wouldn't be able to get close. Otherwise, they would be affected by the battle's aura and die. The silver light trembled and turned into countless rays, shooting toward the Blood Jade Emperor Shark. The Blood Jade Emperor Shark waved its spear, and the blood light rushed forward, shattering the sword light. Some of the sword light slashed its body, but it was blocked by the blood armor on its body. It didn't suffer any damage. The blood armor was formed from the Blood Jade Emperor Shark's incomparably tough skin mixed with highly concentrated energy. It was incomparably tough, and its defensive power was astonishing. Blood Sky Strike! With a low roar, the blood-bone spear spun, shattering Chu Mu's sword light. All the blood light condensed at the tip of the spear in an instant. With a sharp sound, The blood jade emperor shark and the spear seemed to have merged into one. A giant blood shark phantom appeared, and an earth-shattering power instantly bombarded Chumu. What a terrifying attack! How can this lord block it? Lan Jiansheng and Lay Devil Reverend thought. The aura emitted by the blood sky strike made them feel suffocated. The slightest ripple would turn them into ashes. Even their Yuan spirits wouldn't be able to escape. Dao beheading! The sword light was blazing as it slashed down from top to bottom. Regardless of whether it was tough or flexible, everything was severed. Under the sword light, the blood red shark phantom was split in half, and it went straight for the blood jade emperor king shark. A crisp sound rang out as sound waves rippled outwards. Chumu's sword slashed down on the tip of the spear. A terrifying power erupted from the center. The two figures also seemed to be frozen in midair. It seemed as if they had been there for 1,000 years, but in the blink of an eye, they transformed into clouds and mist, closing in on each other and tearing at each other. The sword light crisscrossed, and the spear startled the heavens. Chumu cultivated both the Yuan Power Way and the Divine Body Way, and he had reached the peak of the 9-star Saint grade. In particular, the Divine Body Way had reached the pinnacle of the 9-star Saint grade. With the unification of energy technique, the two powers were perfectly combined, and the power that Chumu could unleash was even more powerful. The blood jade emperor king shark was a mutated species of the Sea clan. It was born with an incomparably powerful body, and the power that was contained in its body was extremely majestic. The combination of the two powers was its innate talent. Therefore, the power of each of its attacks was extremely shocking. Every strike of the spear was accompanied by a roar, as if the blood-red shark was biting with its mouth wide open. However, Chumu was able to shatter and suppress it time and time again. Damned human, you have thoroughly angered me. With a roar, the blood jade emperor king shark's body emitted a dense, jade-like blood light, which was emitted from the armor on its body. Immediately, the jade-like blood light expanded rapidly, and a terrifying power erupted, repelling the void. Chumu could not get close, and could only retreat quickly. In the blink of an eye, the jade-like blood light spread out more than 100 feet. Sir, be careful. The blood jade emperor king shark has revealed its true form. Lan Jiansheng could not help but warn. In just a few breaths of time, the jade-like blood light settled down, and 100 feet long blood-red shark appeared before everyone's eyes. A monstrous, baleful aura swept out from its body like a storm, surging violently and wreaking havoc in all directions. With a roar, a terrifying sound wave was emitted from the blood jade emperor king shark's mouth that was filled with sharp teeth. The formless sound wave seemed to have materialized and rushed out, shaking the void. Chumu was caught off guard and was directly hit. He felt as if his entire body had sunk into countless sharp blades, being crazily sliced, and his blood and chi surged violently. Energy erupted and condensed, resisting the impact of the formless sound wave. It lasted for a few breaths of time before stopping. The blood jade emperor king shark did not find it strange that the sound wave was ineffective. With a flick of its tail, it burst out with speed and directly charged at Chumu. With a rumble, it was as if a magnificent army was charging forward. That kind of might was incomparably terrifying, and the void was directly repelled. The air in front of it was compressed at a high intensity, turning from formless to corporeal, like a cannonball bombarded Chumu. Its terrifying might could easily shatter a bright young sword saint to pieces. Following that mass of air was the even more terrifying blood jade emperor king shark's body, as well as its open mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. One could imagine that such a charge could directly shatter a mountain. Once bitten, it would definitely shatter. The sword rose and the sword fell. Silver light slashed, and the mass of air was split apart. Shortly after, Chumu opened his left hand and grasped at the void. With a flash of light, the Eternal Spirit sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the void. A loud explosion resounded, and the sound wave was boundless. Chu Mu's figure flew back, and the Blood Jade Emperor King Shark's charge also paused slightly, stopping in the void. Dual swords. Lan Jiansheng was startled. Shortly after, he thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Among sword cultivators, there were few who could use dual swords. However, the true art of dual swords had always been a legend. Dual swords were not just wielding two swords. It involved a lot of profoundness. However, he didn't know if this lord before him had grasped the legendary dual swords art. Soon he found out. With dual swords in hand, Chu Mu's strength multiplied, and he immediately unleashed a berserk attack. Dual swords could display completely different sword arts, and they could also complement each other, greatly increasing the might of the sword arts. All kinds of profoundness could be unleashed. After the Blood Jade Emperor King Shark returned to its original form, its strength increased sharply, and its strength became even more tyrannical. However, due to the increase in size, its agility was inferior to Chu Mu's. Chu Mu's afterimages revolved around the 300-meter long Blood Jade Emperor King Shark, launching attacks. However, the Blood Jade Emperor King Shark's skin was incomparably tough, possessing astonishing defensive power. Moreover, it could absorb external forces to a certain extent, weakening the offensive power and protecting itself. This kind of talent really made people envious. It swung its tail fiercely, slapping the void, causing the void to explode. As a mutant of the Sea tribe, the Blood Jade Emperor King Shark's bloodline was extraordinary. Although its level was only equivalent to a human at the beginning stage of the first refinement, its strength had reached the peak of the first refinement. Its vitality was so strong that it had even reached the second refinement. Without the attacking power of the second refinement, it was impossible to cause any real damage to the Blood Jade Emperor King Shark. After the battle, the Blood Jade Emperor King Shark was sure that the human in front of it was only at the first refinement. Therefore, it was not afraid, and even wanted to kill and eat him. Not only was the flesh and blood of a peerless expert more delicious, but it would also increase its strength to a certain extent. Heaven and earth cross/slash. Under the dazzling sword light, it cut through the void and imprinted on the Blood Jade Emperor King Shark's body. It left a cross mark on the Blood Jade Emperor King Shark's skin, but it was still unable to tear it apart. Ha 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 ha. Peerless human, with your strength, it is impossible to break my defense. The Blood Jade Emperor King Shark laughed maniacally. Sword realm change. With a low roar, the power of the two swords suddenly increased by 4 times. Heaven and earth cross/slash. An even more dazzling sword light tore through the void and imprinted on the Blood Jade Emperor King Shark's body. This time it tore its skin apart and cut deeply into its body. The pain caused the Blood Jade Emperor King Shark's body to tremble, and its eyes were filled with blood. Damned peerless human! How dare you hurt me? I want you dead! Under the roar, a terrifying murderous aura surged into the sky. As the blood-red color spread, the seawater below surged violently. It was pulled up and lifted the Blood Jade Emperor King Shark up. The seawater was also dyed blood-red. Blood, sea, overflowing sky. The blood-red sea roared incessantly, and countless blood-red waves slammed heavily. Every wave seemed to have the power to shatter the heavens. It was endless, and all of them charged towards Chu Mu. Within every wave there was a faint shadow of a giant, blood-red shark, causing the power of the waves to multiply. Blood, sea, overflowing sky. It was the Blood Jade Emperor King Shark's ultimate move. It had once used this move to force back a peerless human who had reached the early stage of the second refinement. It could be seen how terrifying its power was. Blood prison burning sky. Sword God's descent. Without hesitation, Chu Mu used his secret technique. Although the heaven and earth cross slash under the sword realm change could hurt the blood jade Emperor King Shark, it was only a slight injury. The blood-red flame burned and jumped on the surface of his body. His strength was strengthened by 7 to 8 times. The power of the sword god's descent secret technique gathered on the 2 swords, and the sharpness was strengthened by 10 times. He raised his sword up high, as if it was connected to the heavens. Thunder clouds appeared, and lightning flashed back and forth. Traces of frightening majesty condensed. With a cracking sound, it was as if a bolt of lightning had descended from the heavens. It carried the aura of judgment and struck Chu Mu's sword. In that breath, the lightning illuminated Chu Mu's body. He stood tall in the sky, as if he had been imprinted on the earth by the sword god. Therefore, everyone raised their heads to look at that figure. It was like an eternity. No matter how much time had passed, they would never forget it. It would still be so clear. The blood-red color in the blood jade Emperor King Shark's eyes faded. From the depths of its heart, it could not help but feel fear. The figure in front of it was like a god, making it feel fear. The aura of the lightning made it feel fear. Taking a deep breath, it was like the sound of a wind box. Between the heavens and the earth, there was an invisible storm that blew past. It made everyone's body sway unconsciously. No matter how high or low their cultivation was, no matter how strong or weak they were, they could not stabilize themselves. As if it had sensed that something terrifying was about to happen, the blood jade Emperor King Shark's huge eyes were filled with fear. Before it could say anything, Chu Mu had already opened his mouth. The 3 words were like the voice of the heavens. Great heavens might. Sword Style. Chapter 1910. Lan Jiansheng. Lay Devil Reverend and the others stared blankly ahead. That person had already entered the palace, and the ferocious blood jade Emperor Shark was nowhere to be seen. The sea of blood fell back to the ground, returning to its original azure color. Only the remnant aura in the air was still telling of the intense battle that took place not long ago. Through Lan Jiansheng's eyes, they could still see the scene that took place earlier. The sea of blood was filled with endless waves. Above each wave, there was the shadow of a giant shark. Riding the wind and breaking the waves, all of them rushed towards Chu Mu. That might was enough to shatter the mountains, shatter the earth, and shatter the sky. Suddenly, the figure in front of the blood-red waves was covered in blood-red flames. The sharpness of his long sword increased sharply, and he pointed it towards the sky. Thunder clouds gathered and lightning filled the air. A mighty heavenly might appeared, and in the end a shocking thunderbolt struck down, striking the long sword. The heavens and earth were in harmony, and the heavens and man were one. In that instant, the figure seemed to have existed since the beginning of time, turning into an eternal imprint that was deeply engraved in their minds, never to be forgotten. The 5 words resonated with the heavens, reverberating through the void. It was like a great drum that cleansed the depths of everyone's soul. Great heavenly might sword style. A sword that received the power of the heavens and earth slashed down. The sword light was indescribable. With just a sword, it split the endless waves of blood apart, shattering the shadow of the giant shark on the waves, and slashed towards the blood jade Emperor Shark. Without any obstruction, the blood jade Emperor Shark's incomparably strong body didn't have the slightest bit of resistance under that stunning sword light. It was slashed into 2, and its 100-jong-long body was directly split into 2. Large amounts of blood splashed out, but it didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it gathered towards Chu Mu, condensing into a blood-red pill in his palm. As for the blood jade Emperor Shark's corpse, it fell into Chu Mu's hands and was kept into his spatial ring. After that, Chu Mu entered the palace. Stepping into the palace, Chu Mu did not encounter any obstacles, nor did he gain anything. He went straight to the deepest part of the palace. In the deepest part of the palace, there was a huge golden chair with dragon carvings. On the golden chair sat a figure in a purple gold robe. He was tall and had a condensed aura, like a mountain or an abyss. Even so, Chumu could sense that this person was already dead. What was left behind was only a body. Perhaps there was even a bit of an image left behind. Sure enough, when Chumu approached a certain range, the body's dim eyes suddenly lit up and an ethereal voice sounded. I don't care who you are. The fact that you're able to enter this place means that you're fated with me. You can obtain my inheritance. The drifting voice was somewhat deep. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes lit up and shot 2 beams of divine light at Chumu. Chumu's figure flashed. He had experienced many things, so he was even more cautious when facing such things. He would not easily let the divine light enter his spiritual world because it could be a trap, an attempt to occupy his primordial spirit and take over his body. Although he did not let the 2 beams of divine light enter his spiritual world, Chumu had other ways to obtain the so-called inheritance. He guided the 2 beams of divine light with one hand and easily sealed them into an empty inheritance jade. It seems that there shouldn't be any traps. Chumu thought to himself, if that person still had a trace of consciousness hidden in the divine light to attempt to take over his body, this time, Chumu would definitely not be able to guide the divine light into the inheritance jade. After that, Chumu's spiritual power swept across the corpse, starting from the head and disappearing bit by bit. Not long after, it completely disappeared between heaven and earth, leaving nothing behind. Other than that, there was nothing else in the palace. Chumu could not help but feel disappointed. He did not care about the so-called inheritance. Relatively speaking, what he wanted more was a treasure that could immediately increase his strength. Unfortunately, there was none. I hope this inheritance is useful to me. Muttering to himself, Chumu's spiritual power probed into the inheritance jade. Not long after, cracks appeared on the inheritance jade and is shattered, indicating that the inheritance had been obtained by Chumu. However, he did not feel happy about obtaining the inheritance because the so-called inheritance was a cultivation method. This cultivation method was a cultivation method that used the yuan qi of a peak 9-star saint to refine the laws. Once the refinement was completed, one could step into the level of a supreme expert and become a true supreme expert. However, this belonged to cultivators who had comprehended the laws. Chumu was not one of them. He had comprehended the true intent. If I have enough time, I can carefully ponder over this cultivation method and slowly modify it until it is suitable for me. However, it will take at least a few decades or even a few hundred years. What I lack now is time. Chumu thought to himself. He had a premonition that in these few years, there would definitely be a great war that was related to him. Therefore, a few decades was an extravagant hope. What a pity. After finding nothing else, Chumu turned around and walked out of the palace. In the blink of an eye, Chumu's figure appeared outside the palace. The palace seemed to have lost its support and fell down with a loud bang. Its speed was getting faster and faster. Like a meteorite, it crashed heavily into the sea. A terrifying sound was heard. It was as if a 10,000-ton boulder had crashed into the sea. The sea was forcefully split open, and countless waves roared in all directions. Countless white waves rushed up to a height of a few hundred meters and submerged the palace. In the eyes of everyone, the palace gradually sank into the sea under the countless white waves. After a while, the palace completely disappeared and sank back into the sea. The turbulent sea also returned to its original state. An opportunity had come to an end. For them, it had not even begun yet. In their hearts, they could not help but feel disappointed. However, on second thought, being able to witness a battle between 2 peerless experts was also a kind of opportunity. They could go back and comprehend it well. Perhaps they could gain something. Coming out of their disappointment, this group of people all looked at Chumu with blazing eyes. That sword that killed the Blood Jade Emperor, Wang Sha, had endless power. It was as if it had existed for eternity and would never be forgotten. Chu Mu glanced at them. He knew that this group of people had come for the opportunity of the palace. However, in the end, the opportunity was obtained by him. In the end, even if he did not obtain it, these people would not be able to obtain it, because the Blood Jade Emperor Wang Sha was not a powerful existence that they could compete with. If you want the opportunity, I will give you a chance, Chu Mu suddenly said. He opened his 5 fingers and grabbed downwards. Suddenly, a stream of seawater rushed up to the sky and quickly condensed under Chu Mu's palm. It was the blessing of his sword will and sword chi. Finally, it condensed into a deep blue sword. The sword continued to absorb the seawater. Strands of seawater entered it and slowly grew and expanded. Finally, it turned into a sword steel that was 10 meters tall. It was deep blue and seemed to contain endless mysteries. It stood in the void for thousands of meters, motionless, as if it had become one with the space. This sword steel contains the cultivation method of law that was passed down from the palace. It also contains a part of my understanding of the way of the sword. Whoever can comprehend it will have the opportunity. Chu Mu said slowly, "It is not enough. There are only 100 chances." The so-called 100 chances meant that one could only comprehend it 100 times. After 100 times, the sword steel would dissipate on its own. It was a sudden inspiration. Chu Mu's casual action had planted the seed of prosperity for the human cultivators in this sea area. After erecting the sword steel, Chu Mu was about to leave. "Senior, please wait a moment," Lan Jianxing said subconsciously, although he wasn't sure why he had spoken. "What is it?" Chu Mu looked at him. Lan Jianxing had a sudden inspiration and immediately said, "Junior is Lan Jianxing, the 3rd sword throne of the solitary sword sect. I would like to thank you for your assistance, Senior. Please come to the solitary sword sect. The entire sect will definitely welcome you with open arms." Lan Jianxing's attitude was very sincere. Chu Mu muttered to himself. He had never been to this part of the sea and wasn't familiar with it. He had never heard of the solitary sword sect, either. The 4 seas were vast, and he didn't know which way to return to the Heaven Dragon realm. Perhaps he would have to find a way from the people in this part of the sea. "In that case, I'll go to the solitary sword sect," Chu Mu said. Lan Jianxing almost thought he had misheard. When he called out to Chu Mu, it was only out of impulse. What he said afterwards was a flash of inspiration. He didn't have any extravagant hopes that this senior would be willing to go to the solitary sword sect. Unexpectedly, he agreed. Chu Mu's sword had left a deep impression on Lan Jianxing. It was to the point that he had developed a sincere heart, a heart that yearned for the Tao of the sword. "Lead the way," Chu Mu said with a smile. This Lan Jianxing didn't look young, but he had a kind of sincerity towards the Tao of the sword. As long as such a person didn't die halfway, as long as he obtained some opportunities, he would be able to rise up and soar into the sky. In terms of age, Lan Jianxing might be much older than Chu Mu, but in terms of the Tao of the sword, Chu Mu surpassed him by a lot. In the world of cultivators, age was secondary. It was often based on cultivation base. Therefore, Chu Mu didn't find it strange at all to be called senior. Lan Jianxing immediately led the way, bringing Chu Mu in the direction of the solitary sword sect. Lightning Devil Reverend looked at Chu Mu's back, and his eyes flickered. He seemed to be hesitating about something. Then he turned to look at the deep blue sword steel floating in the void. Clenching his teeth, he made a decision. He turned and appeared in front of the sword steel and began to comprehend it. The others also came to the sword steel to comprehend it, as there were only 100 chances. Chu Mu didn't say anything. Lan Jianxing didn't say anything, even though he wasn't happy. Lightning Devil Reverend's face flashed with pride. With their flying speed, they saw an island after a few hours. "Senior, that's the island where the solitary sword sect is located," Lan Jianxing said. Chapter 1911. This sea region was called the Sky Blue Sea region, and it spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. Within the Sky Blue Sea region, there were 3 clans: the Human Clan, the Sea Clan, and the Sea Beast Clan. Each of them occupied an area, and there were differences in strength, but the differences were not too great. Among them, the Human Clan was the weakest, but neither the Sea Clan nor the Sea Beast Clan would easily start a war against the Human Clan. This was because, although they were stronger, they did not have an overwhelming advantage. Once a war broke out, they would be able to destroy the Human Clan, but they would also suffer heavy losses. It was like sacrificing 800 men to kill 1,000 enemies. As for the possibility of the Sea Clan and the Sea Beast Clan joining forces against the Human Clan, it was also very unlikely. This was because the Sea Clan and the Sea Beast Clan were not of the same clan, but 2 different clans. Those who were not of the same clan had different intentions. The 3 clans kept each other in check. This way, they were able to exist and develop continuously for many years. However, resources were limited, so after many years, the strength of the 3 clans had reached a certain level, and it was difficult for them to improve further. Among the Human Clan was led by the Sage King Hall. This Sage King Hall was an organization formed by the peerless experts of the Human Clan. Under the Sage King Hall were the 3 major sects: the Ancient Yuan sect, the Solitary Sword sect, and the Tripod sect. The 3 major sects each had a main island, and each controlled many islands. The island where the Solitary Sword sect was located was called the 1,000 Swords Island. On this island, only the Solitary Sword sect existed. The palaces were located on the 1,000 Swords Island, and they looked like giant swords that pointed to the sky. If one looked down from above, they could see that all the palaces were connected, forming the shape of a giant sword. Greetings, Senior. In the Solitary Sword sect's main hall, the 5 people from the 1st Sword Throne to the 5th Sword Throne stood in a row. Their movements were orderly, and they saluted Chu Mu with 3 swords. The 5 of them were the 5 Sword Thrones of the Solitary Sword sect. They were the strongest in the Solitary Sword sect, and they were famous in the Sea region. The 5 Sword Thrones were like brothers. Therefore, the 3rd Sword Throne was saved by Chu Mu to a certain extent, and the other 4 thrones were very grateful. Moreover, Chu Mu was a peerless expert, an expert who was above them. He was at the same level as the Saint Kings of the Sage King Hall, so he was worthy of their respect. No need to be so courteous. Inwardly, Chu Mu sighed in amazement. Based on his cultivation base, it was only natural that he could see the uniqueness of the Solitary Sword sect's 5 sword bases. They all had special constitutions. Unfortunately, the 5 spirits of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were not complete. Or rather, they were not strong enough. Otherwise, with such special constitutions, even if they did not have a suitable cultivation method to temper the laws, as long as they were given some time, they would definitely be able to become peerless powerhouses. Unfortunately, none of their special constitutions were complete. However, if they could obtain a cultivation method to temper the laws, they would definitely become a peerless expert. Even if they had a suitable cultivation method to temper the laws and sufficient resources, not everyone could become a peerless expert. The probability was less than 30%. This cultivation technique is a gift to you. Chu Mu waved his hand, and 5 pieces of inheritance jade flew out. What was recorded in them was the cultivation method to temper the laws that he obtained from the palace. It was fate that brought them together. Moreover, Chu Mu had a good impression of the Solitary Sword sect's 5 sword bases. Moreover, as long as they had the chance, they would be able to become peerless experts. Moreover, Chu Mu would not lose anything by doing this. The 5 sword bases each caught a piece of inheritance jade. After probing it with their spiritual energy, they received the inheritance. Immediately, they were extremely excited. Thank you, Senior. The 5 sword bases were extremely excited. With this cultivation method, it would not be long before the 5 of them would be able to surpass their current cultivation base and reach a higher level. They would become peerless experts and become saint rulers. It should be known that if the 5 of them joined forces to set up the 5 spirits and 1 sword formation, they would have the strength to contend against ordinary peerless experts. If they all became peerless experts and set up the 5 spirits and 1 sword formation together, perhaps they would have the strength to contend against second refinement peerless experts. And the one who had given them this opportunity was the senior in front of them, the grace of creation. Let me ask you, do you know which direction can lead to the deep blue world? Chu Mu asked. Since he already knew that this was a sea that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, he understood that this place was far away from the deep blue world's land. It was located in the middle of the sea. The sea was vast and boundless. Unless one was a Saint Emperor expert, one would be able to cover the entire sea with their consciousness and not get lost. Otherwise, even a 5th refinement peerless expert would very likely get lost in the vast sea. Senior, we do not know which direction to head to the deep blue world. The first sword base said, however, the saint rulers in the Saint Ruler Hall might know. Second question. In this sea, where is there a treasure that can quickly replenish and refine one's origin energy to the extreme? Chu Mu asked again. Senior, there is a secret location in the solitary sword sect called the 10,000 Swords Realm. Once you enter it, you will be pierced by 10,000 swords. In a short period of time, your body will be tempered to the pinnacle. The first sword base immediately said, however, there is a restriction in the myriad sword realm. Only sword cultivators can receive the piercing of 10,000 swords. I wonder if your sect will allow me to enter the myriad sword realm? Chu Mu immediately asked. He did not get the answer he wanted for the first question, but he did get an idea. The second question was solved. Now he just had to wait for the solitary sword sect's answer. Senior, it is our sect's honor to enter the myriad sword realm. The first sword base immediately said, when will you enter the myriad sword realm? The sooner the better. Chu Mu said, in that case, the 5 of us will immediately open the myriad sword realm for you. Senior, please follow us. The first sword base said. The other 4 sword bases quickly left the main hall and headed towards the myriad sword island. That was the forbidden area of the solitary sword sect. Only the 5 sword bases could enter. The function of the myriad sword realm was to have 10,000 swords piercing one's body. Senior was already a peerless expert. They did not know what to do in the myriad sword realm. However, they were indebted to Senior. No matter what request he made, they would not refuse, let alone just enter the myriad sword realm. Given Senior's cultivation base, he surpassed them by leaps and bounds. Perhaps there was a reason for that. The solitary sword sect's 5 sword thrones stood in 5 different positions. In the middle of them was an altar with a circumference of 10 meters. The surface of the altar was covered with countless veined patterns, each of which seemed to emanate sword chi. Each of the 5 corners of the altar had a strange, magical symbol. The symbols were different in color and shape, and they emanated different auras. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The hands of the 5 sword bases formed different hand seals. They let out low roars, and as the sound vibrated, 5 different colored lights rose up from the hand seals formed by the 5 sword bases. The golden handprint was like an incomparably sharp sword. The green handprint was like a green tree brimming with vitality. The blue handprint was like a flowing river. The red handprint was like a ball of raging flames, and the brown handprint was like a thick and solid piece of land. The altar contained the power of the sword, as well as the power of the 5 elements. It was a unique treasure. The 5 sword bases had special constitutions that corresponded to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They were also sword cultivators. With all these factors combined, they were qualified to activate the altar and open the myriad swords realm. In other words, the conditions to open the altar were quite harsh. Even if someone else obtained it, they might not be able to open it. Furthermore, The altar was already here when they discovered it. It was impossible to move it away. The light from the 5 handprints fell and entered the pentagonal runes on the altar. The 5 runes lit up and released a completely different light. Immediately, the sword chi on the altar seemed to have been activated. Upon closer inspection, one would find that there were exactly 10,000 sword chi. The 10,000 sword chi wandered and finally gathered at the center. In the sky, it was as if a sword had cut through the void and a spatial door opened. Chu Mu already knew that he could enter the myriad swords realm through the spatial door. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward. As if he had traveled through time, he instantly entered the spatial door and disappeared. The 5 sword bases stopped but did not leave. Instead, they sat down cross-legged at the 5 corners of the altar and recovered their strength. The Myriad Swords Island was the main island of the Solitary Sword Sect. It was a forbidden area of the Solitary Sword Sect and had an extremely strong defensive force. Even a first refined expert would find it difficult to enter. It was very safe. After the 5 sword bases recovered their strength, they immediately began to comprehend the cultivation method that Chu Mu had given them. After comprehending it, they began to use their sword origin to refine their own power of laws. Their sword origin had reached the true limit a long time ago. Their strength was at the peak of the Bright Moon realm, and they were very powerful. Moreover, because of their special physiques, they had a deeper understanding of the 5 elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. Their power was stronger than ordinary power of laws. This time, they focused on the power of laws that they were most proficient in. This was because it was the easiest refinement. This step was the first step to becoming a peerless expert. It was very important. Once the refinement was completed, they would be half a step away from becoming a peerless expert. Their strength would be even more powerful, and they would have opened the path to becoming a peerless expert. The reason why many people could not become a peerless expert was because they could not take that first step. However, for many people, it was like a natural chasm. For the 5 sword bases, it was nothing. Soon, they successfully entered the refinement of the first type of power of laws. However, it would take some time for them to complete the refinement. Only they knew about this. The outside world did not know that 5 future, peerless experts were about to appear. At the same time, Chu Mu also passed through the spatial door and entered the so-called Myriad Swords realm. Chapter 1912. The Myriad Swords realm looked like a gray and misty place. The sky and the earth were all gray and misty in all directions. It was as if they were inside a giant egg, or as if it was a world that had yet to be formed. What surprised Chu Mu was that the heaven-earth yuan qi within the Myriad Sword realm was extremely dense, as if it was about to turn into liquid. Furthermore, it was astonishingly pure. When he had just entered, there was already pure heaven-earth yuan qi that automatically poured into his body, quickly transforming into divine, desolate sword essence. Chu Mu could clearly feel that the divine, desolate sword essence in his body had increased by quite a bit. He flew to the center of the Myriad Sword realm and activated the divine, desolate sword art. Immediately, as if a dam had been opened, it poured out and poured into Chu Mu's body. The speed was shocking. Outside his body, countless heaven-earth yuan qi had turned into liquid, like a long river that surged, surrounding Chu Mu's body. A buzzing sound suddenly sounded out, and vaguely there seemed to be 10,000 swords appearing in the Myriad Sword realm. Sword light filled the air, layer upon layer, surrounding Chu Mu in the center. Every sword was emitting a cold light, reflecting Chu Mu's figure. The astonishing sword intent locked onto Chu Mu. The 10,000 swords seemed to form a large array. Suddenly, every sword trembled slightly and began to revolve. Streaks of astonishing sword chi shot out from the swords, like countless little dragons. As they meandered, they all shot towards Chu Mu. Chu Mu remembered what the 5 sword throne had said. Sword chi piercing through the body was an excellent method to refine yuan qi. but the body would have to bear some pain. Chu Mu did not hesitate, allowing the 10,000 streaks of sword chi to shoot towards him, shooting into his body. In that instant, he felt what was called some pain. It was as if 10,000 swords had pierced into his body. The pain could not be described with words. However, Chu Mu was already mentally prepared, and his willpower had reached an astonishing level. He forcefully endured it and did not make a single sound. However, his face turned pale in an instant, and his body could not help but tremble. 10,000 streaks of incomparably sharp sword chi entered his body, and immediately they quickly swam within Chu Mu's meridians. The sword chi split into front and back, endless. As it shuttled back and forth, it displayed an astonishing sharpness. Chu Mu's divine desolate sword essence was actually being torn apart time and time again, and under this constant tearing and shattering, the impurities within the sword essence were constantly being expelled, becoming increasingly pure. After being purified, the divine desolate sword essence became even more condensed, and naturally, there would be some empty space. Immediately, heaven and earth yuan chi rapidly flowed in, filling up the empty space, and was once again refined by the sword chi. 10,000 streaks of sword chi continued to flow through his meridians, and Chu Mu had to bear the intense pain. However, although his face was pale and his body was trembling uncontrollably, he did not cry out because of the pain. His eyes became brighter, and within them there seemed to be a sword light flashing. In the sky blue sea region, in the territory of the sea race on a lone island, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted. The aura was ferocious, and it was scarlet in color. When the wind blew, one could smell the thick and nauseating smell of blood from far away. In the blink of an eye, the scarlet aura was like a blood cloud hovering in the sky, covering an area of 100 miles. It constantly surged, as if a terrifying demon was being nurtured within. Who is it? Who killed my bloodline? A roar filled with killing intent resounded through the void, shaking the surroundings. As the blood cloud churned, its ferocious aura overflowed as if doomsday had arrived. All the living beings within 1,000 miles were trembling. The blood shark ancestor is angry. What is it that has made the ancestor so angry? Could it be that something has happened to the ancestor's only son? All sorts of guesses were discussed. Immediately, 3 streaks of blood-red light broke through the air from the lone island and flew far away. They were under the orders of the blood shark ancestor to leave Blood Shark Island to investigate who had killed the Blood Jade Emperor King Shark. Once they found out, what awaited them would be the fury of the Blood Shark ancestor. However, the Blood Jade Emperor King Shark had a special relationship. He would always wander between the territories of the sea race and the sea beast race, and sometimes run to the human race's territory. The entire sea region was hundreds of thousands of miles wide. Therefore, without any definite information, it would not be easy to investigate the whereabouts of the Blood Jade Emperor King Shark and the cause of his death. The Blood Shark ancestor seemed to be aware of this. Therefore, after his anger, the blood cloud above Blood Shark Island dissipated, turning back into a scarlet aura that sank down. Everything returned to normal. In the blink of an eye, time flew by. A month had passed. The Myriad Sword Island was peaceful and unaffected. The rulers of the solitary sword sect, the 5 sword seats, were still in the forbidden area, sitting cross-legged at the 5 corners of the altar, operating their cultivation methods to refine the power of law that they were most proficient in. Even though their special physiques were not complete, it allowed their tempering to go very smoothly. Their speed was dozens of times faster than other cultivators. In just a short month, it was as if other cultivators had been tempering for several years. In their spiritual worlds, it could be seen that the power of laws that they were proficient in was gradually condensing under the tempering, showing signs of turning into runes. When the law turned into law runes, it meant that the refinement was complete. At that time, they would have one foot in the door of peerless powerhouses, and their strength would increase significantly. Based on the current situation, it seemed that it would not take them too long to complete the first law rune. Perhaps it would only take them less than a month. The 5 sword seats were very excited, but they suppressed it and returned to their calm. Every single one of them had been stuck at the limit level for at least a few decades. They had tried all sorts of methods, but were unable to break through. Today, their wish of a few decades was about to come true. To Chu Mu, who had given them this hope, they were grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Merely opening Myriad Sword Realm wasn't enough to express their gratitude. However, the most important thing now was to do their best to cultivate and strive to become peerless powerhouses as soon as possible. Within the Myriad Sword Realm, Chu Mu, who had endured 10,000 rays of sword chi for a month, seemed to have become numb. The intense pain could no longer affect his mind. After continuously being ravaged by 10,000 rays of sword chi for a month, the effects were very obvious. Chu Mu's sword yuan was constantly purified, replenished, purified, and replenished. Now he had reached the final step. Once this step was completed, Chu Mu immediately reached the limit of his yuan chi. At that time, he would spend some more time to master it, and he would be even more powerful. Perhaps he would be able to surpass the first refinement. Between peerless powerhouses, the difference in every refinement was very obvious. Even within the same refinement, the difference in levels was also very obvious. One day later, Chu Mu's body suddenly trembled. The divine desolate sword chi in his dantian had reached the limit and could no longer contain any more. Furthermore, the purity of the divine desolate sword chi had also reached the limit and could no longer be purified. This meant that Chu Mu's cultivation of yuan chi had finally reached the limit of yuan chi and the limit of the sage body. When the two combined, the power that could erupt was incomparably terrifying. Just when Chu Mu thought that the refinement was over, the 10,000 rays of sword chi unexpectedly left Chu Mu's body and gathered above him like an ocean of sword light. Terrifying rays of light were released and locked onto Chu Mu, causing his scalp to turn numb. Immediately after, the first ray of sword chi shot down from the sky. Its speed was indescribably fast, and Chu Mu had no time to dodge. The sword chi pierced through his head and entered his body, heading straight for his dantian. In an instant, Chu Mu's body felt like it was being torn apart. The kind of pain made him, who had been accustomed to 10,000 rays of sword chi for a month and a day, feel unbearable. That ray of sword chi instantly entered Chu Mu's dantian and directly melted, merging into Chu Mu's dantian and becoming one with the divine desolate sword chi. Chu Mu seemed to understand something. When the sword chi entered the body and merged with the sword chi, it could increase the sharpness of the sword chi and increase the power of the sword chi. The first use of the Myriad Sword Realm was to refine the sword chi to the extreme. The second use was to merge the sword chi into the body and the sword chi, increasing the sharpness of the sword chi and increasing the power of the sword chi. However, the 5 sword thrones only knew the first use because their level of sword Dao had not reached the point where they could trigger the second use of the Myriad Sword Realm. Chu Mu had reached it, so he guided the sword chi into his body and merged it with the divine desolate sword chi. After understanding this point, Chu Mu was immediately overjoyed. He guarded his mind and welcomed the second ray of sword chi. Everyone had a limit. After reaching the limit, if one tried to withstand it forcefully, it would only harm one's body. In serious cases, one's body would be torn apart by the sword chi, and even one's primordial spirit would not be spared. Everyone's limit was different. This limit was closely related to the endurance of one's body, the capacity of one's dantian, the endurance of one's sword chi, and one's willpower. Chu Mu's sacred body had reached the limit of 9th grade, so his endurance was naturally astonishing. His dantian had undergone a mutation and was 10 times the size of an ordinary cultivator of the same level, so there was no need to talk about its capacity. The divine desolate sword chi was cultivated from the extremely high-level divine desolate sword art, so it was very high-end. Finally, his willpower also surpassed countless people. With the combination of the dead, Chu Mu's resistance to the sword aura entering his body had reached an astonishing level. Ray after ray of sword chi entered Chu Mu's body from the top of his head and quickly entered his dantian. They split open and merged into his dantian and merged into the divine desolate sword chi. In the blink of an eye, dozens of sword chi had entered Chu Mu's body. However, Chu Mu had not reached his limit and could continue to withstand even more sword chi. Chapter 1913. This altar was actually owned by a powerful sword sect in ancient times. The ancient sword sect used this altar as a cultivation mystic realm for the disciples of the sect. Only those important disciples who were talented enough and had made sufficient contributions to the sect were qualified to enter and receive thousands of swords piercing through their bodies. In an extremely short period of time, they could complete the extreme tempering of their yuan power, allowing it to reach the true peak. Other than that, this altar was also a secret checkpoint to investigate the deeper level of talent of these important disciples. The sword sect was naturally made up of sword cultivators. This altar and the myriad sword realm within the altar only served sword cultivators. Only those who had reached a sufficient level in the way of the sword could trigger the second function of the altar. And in the ancient sword sect, disciples who could trigger the second function of the myriad sword realm would be further valued and included in the ranks of the seed disciples of the sect. They would be heavily nurtured because they would become the pillars of the sword sect. However, for these seed disciples, even if they triggered the second function of the myriad sword realm, they would only be able to contain a few dozen sword chi. To be able to contain more than 100 sword chi, they would be considered above average among the seed disciples. Since ancient times, the ancient sword sect had stood tall for hundreds of thousands of years. The most outstanding record was just over 900 sword chi. It was said to be unprecedented and would never be surpassed in the future. It was impossible to say how many years had passed since the ancient sword sect disappeared. The altar they had left behind, as well as the 10,000 swords realm, had been acquired by the solitary sword sect. They had become a secret location that only the 5 sword thrones could open. In the myriad sword realm, Chu Mu, who had triggered the second effect of the sword aura entering his body, continuously received beam after beam of sword aura. Every time a sword aura entered his body, he felt as if his body was being ripped apart. The pain was indescribable. As more and more sword chi entered his dantian and fused into the divine wilderness sword essence, Chu Mu could clearly feel that the sharpness of the divine wilderness sword essence was becoming more and more shocking. The sword essence of a sword cultivator was originally known for its sharpness. That was the most basic attribute. The other attributes, such as extreme speed, agility, etc., were all obtained from different cultivation techniques. Any attribute of the sword origin that was strengthened could increase the power of the sword origin. After a period of time, more than 300 strands of sword chi had fused into Chu Mu's body. In the era of the ancient sword sect, this was a level that only an extremely small number of outstanding seed disciples could reach. Usually, only one would appear every few thousand years. However, this was not Chu Mu's limit. He could continue to absorb even more sword chi. Soon, the number of sword chi exceeded 400. The limit was not reached yet. Absorb, 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 continuously strengthen. And in the outside world, the law runes and the 5 swords throne's spiritual world were getting closer and closer to forming. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Chu Mu had already absorbed 500 rays of sword chi. The continuous flow of sword chi into his body and into the sword origin in his dantian was like eating something. A lot of food had been forcefully stuffed into his mouth. His stomach was wriggling intensely to digest it. Although he could do it, it was a very difficult feeling. I still haven't reached my limit. Give me more. Chu-Mu muttered to himself. He wanted to accommodate even more sword chi because he knew that the more sword chi he accommodated, the more astonishing the sharpness of his divine wilderness sword origin would be. It would also be more powerful, and it would bring unimaginable benefits to the increase of his strength. Originally, he only planned to refine his yuan power to the extreme. But now, it seemed that not only could he refine his yuan power to the extreme, he could also further increase the power of the divine wilderness sword origin. This was an opportunity that could not be missed. 600 strands. The sword chi increased one by one, constantly fusing. 700 strands. 800 strands. 900 strands. At the level of 900 strands, Chu-Mu began to have a feeling that he was about to reach his limit. To be able to accommodate 900 strands of sword chi, even in the ancient sword sect, this was a heaven-defying monster that only appeared once in hundreds of thousands of years. 910 strands. 920 strands. The accommodation of every strand of sword chi was a challenge. I'm about to reach my limit. Chu-Mu muttered to himself. He could clearly feel it himself. Very quickly, the number of strands of sword chi he accommodated reached 990 strands. It had already surpassed the highest record of the ancient sword sect. Have I reached my limit? Deep within his dantian, there was a swelling feeling. No, I haven't reached my true limit. I can still continue accommodating. 991 strands. 992 strands. The speed at which the sword chi entered his dantian did not change. However, Chu-Mu felt that it would take a long time to accommodate every strand of sword chi, as if it consumed a lot of energy. 993 strands. 994 strands. 999 strands. Chu-Mu finally felt that he had reached his limit. His dantian and the divine wilderness sword origin emitted a feeling of fullness that could no longer be accommodated. However, Chu-Mu's feeling told him that if he accommodated one more strand and reached 1,000 strands, there would be an even more obvious improvement. It was as if he had broken through his limit. Should I take the risk and accommodate the last strand of sword chi? Chu-Mu pondered. If he did not want it, he could now reject the strand of sword chi that fell from the sky into his body. This was something that could be done after he began accommodating the first strand of sword chi. I did not get to where I am today by luck. Everything that I have done is based on my own ability. After experiencing many life and death situations, I have finally survived until now. My enemy is extremely powerful. I need to be even more powerful in order to be able to contend against him. I want to integrate the last strand of sword chi with an incomparably firm determination. Chu-Mu's was unprecedentedly firm. It was as if he was about to break through his limit. The 1,000th strand of sword chi entered Chu-Mu's body from the top of his head without any obstruction. His body felt as if it was being torn apart. Once again, the sword chi rushed straight into his dantian and entered it. Immediately, Chu-Mu felt his body swell, and there was a tearing pain. It was as if his dantian had exceeded the limit that it could accommodate because of the sword chi that had entered his dantian. It was like a balloon. If the air that was blown in exceeded the limit that it could accommodate, it would explode. Hold on, I must hold on. Blue veins bulged on Chu-Mu's forehead. His strong willpower directly affected his dantian. Cracks began to appear on his dantian and spread out. The sword chi was also continuously integrating into his dantian. Now, it was up to whether the sword chi would be integrated first or his dantian would shatter first. This was a gamble, but it was not a gamble that had no chance of winning. It could be said that the chance of winning was 50-50. In addition to Chu-Mu's strong willpower, The instantaneous explosion of his dantian increased his chances of winning to 70%. With a 70% chance of winning, there was no reason not to take the gamble. Kacha. Chu Mu seemed to hear the sound of his dantian shattering. The cracks spread and almost covered his entire dantian. The sword Qi had completely integrated into his dantian. Success! Chu Mu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just survived a calamity. However, another sword Qi descended from above, causing his scalp to go numb. Once this sword Qi entered his body, his dantian would definitely shatter. When that happened, even if he didn't die, his dantian would be destroyed, and he would only have the Tao of the sage body left. His strength would immediately plummet. Stop! As if by command, the sword Qi stopped just before it touched the top of Chu Mu's head. Chu Mu felt his scalp go numb. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. With a thought, Chu Mu left the 10,000 Swords realm. His dantian was on the verge of shattering. Although the cracks were currently disappearing, it would still take a few hours. If he didn't leave the 10,000 Swords realm and some other unforeseen event occurred, then his future would be buried. As for whether or not there would be other opportunities in the future, who knew? After appearing, Chu Mu stood directly on top of the altar. Around him were the 5 sword thrones of the solitary sword sect. Sensing the fluctuations, they all woke up from their cultivation. Senior, you've come out. Did you gain anything? The 3rd sword thrones hurriedly bowed and asked. Yes, I've gained a lot. Myriad Sword Realm doesn't only have the one effect you mentioned. Chu Mu nodded his head as he spoke, and simply explained the 2nd effect. The 5 sword thrones were pleasantly surprised. This meant that one day, when their sword Tao became more profound, they could enter the 10,000 swords realm again and trigger the 2nd effect. Thus, their strength would increase without any increase in their cultivation. Thank you for telling us. The 5 sword thrones were overjoyed. If Chu Mu hadn't told them, perhaps they wouldn't have found out. The 10,000 swords realm belongs to you. Telling you is nothing. Chu Mu said, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. After that, I'll need you to tell me how to get to the Sage King Hall. Senior, please. The 5 sword thrones hurriedly arranged a quiet room for Chu Mu so that Chu Mu could cultivate in seclusion. Chu Mu's seclusion was firstly to recover his dantian. Secondly, it was to familiarize himself with the divine wilderness sword essence that had reached its limit and merged with 1,000 sword Qis. Such a powerful force had to be mastered in order to unleash its full power. A day later, his dantian had completely recovered. After exceeding the limit of accommodation, the recovered dantian's degree of stability had increased. As for Chu Mu, he had completely grasped the brand new divine, desolate sword energy. This speed was completely out of his expectations. He originally thought that he would need at least a dozen days to do so. He never expected that, in the process of accommodating the sword energy, he was already constantly familiarizing himself with it. Senior, you've come out. Where's the Sage King Hall? Chu Mu asked. Senior, the Sage King Hall is a little far from the solitary sword sect. Why don't I lead the way? The 3rd sword thrones walked out and said. Among the 5 sword thrones, he had the most direct impression of Chu Mu. Sorry to trouble you, Chu Mu said. Senior, please don't say that. It's my honor to be of service to you. The 3rd sword thrones quickly said. 3rd brother, please don't make any mistakes. The 1st sword throne said. With the 3rd sword thrones leading the way, Chu Mu left the 10,000 Swords island of the solitary sword sect and flew towards the Sage King Hall. Chapter 1914. Above the saint level and below the great emperor level, there was a realm known as the Peerless Realm. In the deep blue world, they were peerless experts. In the land of exile, they were kings. Above the sea, they were saint kings. From the solitary sword sect to the Saint King Hall, it took the 2 of them half a day to arrive. Senior, that is the Sage King Hall, the third sword throne said as he pointed to a large hall that was suspended in the air and surrounded by white clouds. The King Sage Hall was a floating palace that was 999 meters above the sea. It was 99 meters tall and was entirely black with golden edges. It had an ancient elegance to it. The floating hall was a unique treasure. It had a strong defensive power and could withstand the attack of a Saint King. The Saint King Hall looked big and could easily accommodate thousands of people. However, in the sky blue sea territory, there were only a dozen Saint Kings. At the entrance of the Saint King Palace, there were two black, clothed people standing there. They didn't move at all, as if they were two statues. However, Chu-Mu could feel the weak aura coming from them. These were two human cultivators. Moreover, their cultivation had reached the peak of the 9-star saint rank. Their strength was comparable to a dark star sword saint. However, their identities were merely Saint King Palace guards. Most of the time, the guards of the Saint King Hall were comparable to the leaders of the three major forces. Sir, I am the third sword throne of the solitary sword sect. I have brought a senior here to ask the Saint Kings. The third sword throne flew over and spoke to the two guards, hearing that the other party was the third sword throne of the solitary sword sect. The two guards didn't dare to be negligent. After all, the solitary sword sect was one of the three great powers of the human clan in this region of the sea. The fifth sword throne was filled with peak 9-star experts, and they were extremely powerful. It could be said that they had status and power and were second only to Saint Kings. Soon after, they looked at Chu-Mu. They felt that Chu-Mu was even younger than the solitary sword sect's third sword throne, and were somewhat bewildered. However, the solitary sword sect's third sword throne didn't need to make fun of them. Please wait for a moment. I'll go and report this. One of the guards cupped his hands and quickly turned to enter the main hall of the King Sage Hall. Not long after, the guard appeared again. The two of you, the 8th Saint King invites you in, the guard said. He stepped aside, allowing Chu-Mu and the other to enter. From the entrance to the main hall, there was a corridor that was about 100 meters long. Soon, Chu-Mu and the third sword throne entered the hall. As soon as he entered the main hall, he felt his vision darken. It was as if he had gone from day to night. A powerful aura descended from the sky, suppressing him. The third sword throne's expression suddenly changed. The feeling of suddenly entering the darkness and facing the pressure of a powerful aura made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He could not bear it, and with a grunt, he was about to be crushed. It wasn't that his willpower wasn't strong enough, but the difference in strength was too obvious. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. No matter how strong one's willpower was, there would always be a limit. At this time, the third sword throne only felt that he was surrounded by a force. That force helped him resist the terrifying aura descending from the sky, weakening it to the point where he could bear it. Oh, so it really is a Saint King level elite. A voice sounded, and the darkness disappeared in an instant. The terrifying aura dissipated as well, as if everything before was just an illusion. The main hall appeared before Chu-Mu and the third sword throne's eyes. The simple layout of the main hall was very simple, but it contained a unique charm. It was a charm that was close to the way. It made people feel comfortable just by looking at it. In the main hall, there were a total of 15 seats. With one seat as the center, there were 7 seats on each side. Before they came, the third sword throne had already told Chu-Mu that there were 15 thrones in the King Sage Hall. These were the 15 thrones. Among them, on the last throne on the left, sat an old man in black. His eyes were dark and deep. It was as if he was the one who created the darkness and released the aura to suppress it. He wanted to test Chu-Mu's strength. The result of the test showed that Chu-Mu was also a Saint King level elite. Perhaps his strength was not below his. I am the 8th throne of the King Sage Hall. You can call me 8th Saint King. The old man in black on the 8th throne stood up and said with a smile, How should I address you? Chumu. Chumu said lightly. Sir Chumu, are you not a cultivator from the Azure Sea territory? Eighth Saint King asked again. That's right. I am from the deep blue continent. Due to some reasons, I came to the Azure Sea territory by accident. I want to go back. I heard that the King Sage of the King Sage Hall might know the route to the deep blue continent. Hence, I came to visit you. Chumu explained the purpose of his visit to the King Sage Hall, clearly to avoid guessing. I see. The King Sage Hall does have a map to the deep blue continent. Eighth Saint King nodded and said, Although this map is not very valuable, it was left behind by the seniors of the King Sage Hall. Normally, outsiders are not allowed to see it. Sir Eighth Saint King, what price do I have to pay? Chumu asked directly. Normally, outsiders would not be allowed to see it. This was not absolute. However, Chumu was prepared before he came. Hence, as long as the other party's request was not excessive, he would agree to it. He would get the map as soon as possible and rush back to the deep blue continent. Sir Chumu, what do you think of the human tribe in the Azure Sea territory? Eighth Saint King asked. This question seemed to be irrelevant. I have only been here for a short period of time. I do not have much contact with the human tribe. Hence, I do not have any opinions. Chumu replied, This was the truth. That's true. However, no matter what, Sir Chumu is still a member of the human tribe. Eighth Saint King pondered and said, When the King Sage Hall was at its peak, we had a total of 15 King Sages. We dominated the Azure Sea territory. We were on par with the Sea Tribe and the Sea Beast clan. However, 100 years ago, 2 King Sages were assassinated. This caused the strength of the King Sage Hall to decrease. In terms of top combat power, we were pulled apart from the Sea Tribe and the Sea Beast clan. At that time, there was no evidence to prove who did it. However, the spearhead pointed to the Sea Tribe's ancestor Blood Shark and the Sea Beast clan Sea King. However, there was insufficient evidence. The Sea Tribe and the Sea Beast clan were very strong. The human tribe could not seek justice at all. Eighth Saint King's words were filled with anger. Out of the 15 King Sages, 2 of them had been assassinated. Their strength had obviously decreased. Most importantly, although they knew who the murderer was, they did not have direct evidence. Without evidence, they could not identify the murderer. The Sea Tribe and the Sea Beast clan could completely deny it. Eighth Saint King, if you have anything to say, just say it. Chumu said. All right. Sir Chumu, I would like to invite you to join the King Sage Hall. Eighth Saint King took a deep breath and said in a solemn tone, Join the King Sage Hall? Chumu did not know that Eighth Saint King had such thoughts. However, he still said, Thank you, Eighth Saint King, for your attention. However, I am not a cultivator of the Azure Sea region. I will return to the Azure continent. I will not stay here. I understand. However, Sir Chumu is a King Sage elite. If you are willing to become the King Sage of the King Sage Hall, even if it is only in name, you will be able to strengthen the human tribe and intimidate the Sea Tribe and the Sea Beast clan. Eighth Saint King said solemnly, If that is the case, then I will join the King Sage Hall. Chumu said, Speaking of which, it was just a formality. It was not a bad thing. Moreover, he was also part of the human tribe. It was only right for him to contribute to the survival of the human tribe. All right. Haha. Our King Sage Hall has a new King Sage elite. Eighth Saint King was overjoyed. Sir Chumu, the 2 King Sages who died back then were the 11th Saint King and the 15th Saint King. Their thrones have been preserved. Which throne would you like to choose? As he said that, he seemed to be afraid that Chumu did not understand. He explained again, In the King Sage Hall, other than the first Saint King, the ranking of the other King Sages has nothing to do with their strength. It is basically based on the order in which they entered the King Sage Hall. I will choose the 15th throne. Chumu said. This ranking did not mean much to him. although 8th Saint King said that the ranking had nothing to do with one's strength. If he chose the 11th throne, perhaps the king sages below the 11th throne would not feel good. All right. Now, I will address you as the 15th Saint King. 8th Saint King laughed and said, After 100 years, the King Sage Hall has a new King Sage. It is a blessing for the human tribe of the Azure Sea region. This is a big matter. I will go and inform the other King Sages to come here. 8th Saint King did things swiftly and decisively. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and quickly disappeared. Not long after, he reappeared again. This time, he had already sent out a notice. 15th Saint King, please wait for a moment. The other King Sages will be here soon, 8th Saint King said. However, just as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly rushed in from outside. It was the aura of a King Sage, and it was filled with murderous intent. They are here so soon. 8th Saint King was stunned. He immediately reacted. This aura did not belong to any of the King Sages in the King Sage Hall. It was more like the murderer who dared to kill my descendant. Get out here. A shocking roar was heard, and a monstrous, murderous intent surged. 15th Saint King, I will go and see who dares to cause trouble in the King Sage Hall. As soon as 8th Saint King finished speaking, his figure flashed and appeared outside the hall. Chu Mu and the third sword throne also left the hall and went outside. What entered his eyes was a huge blood cloud that covered an area of 100 miles. Monstrous blood aura surged out from the blood cloud and rushed in all directions. Under the blood cloud, a blood-red figure stood in the air. His aura was incomparably terrifying. Chapter 1915. The 100-mile blood cloud was like a huge blood-red millstone entrenched in the void. At that moment, the figure exuded a monstrous aura and a ferocious aura. One could vaguely see the shadow of a giant beast shuttling back and forth in the blood cloud. It made the blood cloud look even more terrifying. The 2 guards from King Sage Hall had already spat out blood and died under the terrifying aura. Blood Shark Ancestor. The 8th Saint King's eyes widened and he exclaimed. His expression changed drastically and he was both shocked and angry. Blood Shark Ancestor. The third sword throne's face was also filled with shock. Chu Mu did not know who Blood Shark Ancestor was, but he could feel that the figure under the blood cloud contained a powerful force. He was definitely a second refinement expert. Moreover, this person was not from the human clan. From the words of the 8th Saint King and the third sword throne, he knew that this person must be from the Sea Clan, a peerless expert of the Sea Clan. Blood Shark Ancestor, how dare you come to my King Sage Hall and behave so atrociously? The 8th Saint King was shocked and furious. He shouted loudly, his beard and hair fluttering in anger. So what? King Sage Hall, hand over the murderer who killed my descendant. Otherwise, I will destroy 10 of your human clan's islands and bury them with my descendant. Blood Shark Ancestor's attitude was unyielding. His words were filled with shocking murderous intent, and his killing intent was monstrous. The reason why he did not attack King Sage Hall was because he knew that King Sage Hall was a treasure that he could not shake. Even if he revealed his true form, he would not be able to damage King Sage Hall at all. It was better to conserve his strength. Compared to attacking the Sage King Hall, using the threat of destroying the islands was more effective. Every inhabited island had at least millions or even tens of millions of humans. 10 islands added together would have at least tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of humans. There was a possibility that some cultivation geniuses would be born among these islands. If they were destroyed, it would mean the disappearance of these cultivation geniuses in the future. This was only one of the reasons. Secondly, if the 10 islands were destroyed, it would be a serious blow to the reputation and fortune of the human tribe. Destiny was very vague, but it existed. Once the Blood Shark Ancestor massacred the 10 islands, the destiny of the human race would suffer a severe blow. It was very likely that in the future, the human race's overall strength would continue to weaken. As a result, the human race would be constantly suppressed by the sea race and the sea beast race until the human race was wiped out. Massacring an island was something that could only be done by a madman. However, the blood shark patriarch was a madman. He might have many misgivings normally, but once he made up his mind, he would definitely do it. Even if the human saint kings managed to kill him in the end, it would be difficult to reverse the situation. The destiny of the human race would be damaged. Blood shark ancestor, are you crazy? The 8th Saint King was shocked and angry. Since when do you have a descendant? Since when did anyone from King Sage Hall kill your descendant? The murderer is standing right next to you. How dare you say that there is no murderer? Blood shark ancestor roared angrily. A terrifying aura surged, and the blood-red clouds rolled. The shadow within seemed to let out a shocking roar. Murderer? The 8th Saint King subconsciously looked at Chumu. The 3rd sword throne seemed to have thought of something. His face suddenly changed, and his pupils shrank rapidly. The blood Jade Emperor King Shark is your bloodline descendant? Chumu took a step forward and asked in a neither fast nor slow manner. Blood Jade Emperor Shark. The 8th Saint King's face changed again. Of course, he was familiar with this name. Blood Jade Emperor Shark King was also a Saint King level expert. It had been very famous in the past 10 or 20 years. It was arrogant and overbearing, and it was a mutant of the Sea clan. It seemed to have the bloodline of the Sea Beast clan. Therefore, it was very powerful. In its original form, it could fight against an advanced first refinement or even a peak first refinement. During this period of time, the Blood Jade Emperor Wang Sha had been a headache for the Saint Kings of the Sage King Hall. He was at the beginner level of the first refinement, yet he could defeat an ordinary expert at the advanced level of the first refinement and even fight against an expert at the peak of the first refinement. If he were to reach the second refinement one day, then the Sea tribe would have another top fighting force. To the human race, this was extremely bad news. Moreover, Blood Jade Emperor Shark King's talent was amazing. Its speed of improvement was very fast. It would probably take less than 100 years to reach second refinement. They did not expect Blood Jade Emperor Shark King to be killed. The person who killed it was a Saint King level expert from the human clan. Now, it was the 15th Saint King of King Sage Hall. In other words, the 15th Saint King's strength was at least at the peak first refinement. The 8th Saint King was worried and happy at the same time. 15th Saint King, stay here and don't go out. Blood Shark Ancestor is an intermediate second refinement expert, but he has the strength of a peak intermediate second refinement. Once he reveals his original form, he is comparable to an advanced second refinement expert. In King Sage Hall, there are only 3 people who can fight against him. The only one who can defeat him is the 1st Saint King, but he is unable to kill him. 8th Saint King quickly said to Chumu. However, the Saint King Palace is a treasure. Even if the Blood Shark Ancestor manifests his true body and attacks with all his strength, he won't be able to damage the Saint King Palace at all. Not long after, the other Saint Kings will come to the Saint King Palace. The 1st Saint King will also come. When that time comes, the Blood Shark Ancestor won't be able to get any benefits. This was a protective measure. Perhaps it was a little embarrassing, but it was better than losing one's life. In Sky Blue Sea region, regardless of whether it was the human clan, the Sea tribe, or the Sea Beast clan, the strongest person was at the peak second refinement. However, due to the difference in talent between the Sea tribe and the Sea Beast clan, the 1st Saint King was at the peak second refinement and was close to the peak second refinement. Overall, he was still slightly inferior to the strongest person of the Sea tribe and the Sea Beast clan. This was the difference between the clans. The 8th Saint King said this because he truly regarded Chumu as a member of King Sage Hall and wanted to protect him. Thank you for your kindness, 8th Saint King. However, Blood Jade Emperor King Shark was killed before I joined King Sage Hall, so I should bear the responsibility. Chu Mu continued, furthermore, I also want to test how strong I am right now. 15th Saint King. The 8th Saint King was shocked when he heard this. Just as he was about to say something, he saw a figure flash in front of him. Chu Mu had already left King Sage Hall and appeared outside the protection of King Sage Hall, facing the Blood Shark Patriarch. The 8th Saint King quickly moved and appeared outside King Sage Hall, standing side by side with Chu Mu. They faced the Blood Shark Patriarch directly. As soon as they appeared outside King Sage Hall, the Blood Shark Patriarch's terrifying blood evil chi rushed out, causing the 8th Saint King's expression to change drastically. The 8th Saint King was only at the first refinement. Although he had reached the peak of first refinement, there was still a huge gap between him and the Blood Shark Patriarch, who was at the middle second refinement. He was no match for the 8th Saint King. Under the impact of the terrifying blood evil chi, the 8th Saint King's body swayed. The impact on his mind was very strong. It was as if he was in a sea of blood. His face was pale, and he was on the verge of collapse. Just as he felt that he was about to sink, a sword radiance split the sea of blood and descended from the sky. The terrifying blood evil chi was also crushed by this sword radiance. The 8th Saint King suddenly felt that the pressure was greatly reduced, and he subconsciously looked at Chu Mu. 8th Saint King, there will be a great battle soon. You'd better return to King Sage Hall first. Chu Mu's voice sounded in the 8th Saint King's ears. The 8th Saint King was shocked and doubtful, but he still did as he was told. I was wrong. The 15th Saint King is not a first refinement supreme, but a second refinement supreme. After the 8th Saint King returned to King Sage Hall, he smiled bitterly. Immediately he became excited. With one more second refinement Saint King expert, the overall strength of King Sage Hall would increase. This was a good thing. Human Saint King, you will pay for what you have done. Blood Shark Ancestor furiously roared. The blood clouds within 100 miles churned, and the seawater below also churned and roared. Huge waves soared into the sky as an astonishing, baleful aura surged forth. It was like a storm wreaking havoc as it bombarded Chu Mu with the power to destroy everything. The terrifying aura was like a giant shark rushing out, opening its mouth and biting viciously. Sword light flashed in Chu Mu's eyes, and his aura condensed like a sword. He slashed at the void, directly splitting the evil chi that was rushing towards him into two. The evil chi rushed out from both sides, and it could not affect Chu Mu at all. This scene shocked the 8th Saint King even more, and the third Sword Throne's eyes shone brightly. They originally thought that they knew Chu Mu's strength, but they did not expect that Chu Mu's strength was even higher than they had imagined. Good. Human Saint King, you have some strength. It will be more fun to kill you like this. The Blood Shark Patriarch was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed loudly. He was extremely angry in his heart. 100 years ago, he joined forces with the Sea King Beast of the Sea Beast clan to launch a sneak attack on 2 Human Saint Kings and killed them. However, under the counterattack of the 2 Human Saint Kings, the Sea King Beast was also injured and was killed by the Blood Shark Patriarch. After killing the Sea King Beast, the Blood Shark Patriarch extracted its blood essence and brought it back to the Blood Shark Island. He then extracted a bit of his own blood and used a secret method to cultivate it. He integrated a trace of the Sea King Beast's blood essence, and finally, with a 10% success rate, he successfully cultivated the Blood Jade Emperor Shark, a mutant of the Sea Beast clan and the Sea Beast. Because he cultivated it secretly and did not announce it, no one knew the relationship between him and the Blood Jade Emperor Shark. The Blood Shark Patriarch's purpose was to raise the Blood Jade Emperor Shark. He believed that with the deterrence of the Sea Beast clan and the Blood Jade Emperor Shark's amazing talent, it would definitely be able to grow. His purpose was to wait until the blood jade emperor shark reached the second refining, and then devour it to improve his own blood essence and even evolve to a higher level. At that time, his strength would be greatly improved, and he would most likely have the strength of the third refining, becoming the top expert in the Sky Blue Sea region. At that time, he would not have to worry about the experts of the Human Clan and the Sea Beast Clan. He would directly tear up the alliance, kill and eat all the experts of the two clans, and turn them into his own strength. He would become even more powerful, and the Sea Beast Clan would dominate the Sky Blue Sea region. However, all of this ended when the Blood Jade Emperor Shark was killed by Chu Mu. All of his efforts were for naught. How could he not want to kill Chu Mu? Chapter 1916. Recalling the scene in his mind, Ancestor Blood Shark became even more furious. He was like a volcano that was constantly accumulating magma until it reached the limit and had no choice but to erupt. Under the horrifying killing intent, Ancestor Blood Shark reached out and grabbed the air. The blood clouds in the sky rotated, and a wisp was suddenly separated. It flowed into Ancestor Blood Shark's hand like a funnel. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a 2-meter-long spear. It was blood-red in color, and the spearhead was like a sword. It was covered with barbs, and a cold light flickered. At first glance, it was enough to send chills down one's spine. This spear was called the Beast Bone Blood Devourer Spear. It was refined from the bones of the Sea King Beast that Ancestor Blood Shark had killed 100 years ago. It was incomparably hard. Moreover, it had absorbed blood from the blood pool of Blood Shark Island for nearly 100 years. Its power was terrifying and had the effect of sucking blood. Once injured by the Beast Bone Blood Devourer Spear, blood would flow out and part of it would be absorbed. Peerless experts could still survive after losing their blood, but they would fall into a weakened state. This was because if their blood was continuously absorbed, their condition would be affected, and they would not be able to fully display their strength. In the end, they would be killed, die. With a roar, Ancestor Blood Shark's body moved like lightning. In an instant, he crossed thousands of meters. His strength merged with the Beast Bone Blood Devourer Spear in his hand. He pierced through the void, and the blood-red light gathered at the tip of the spear. It was so dazzling that the 8 Saint Kings had no choice but to close their eyes. This spear broke through the void. It was merciless, and it wanted to pierce through Chu Mu. Although Ancestor Blood Shark was fast, Chu Mu had long been prepared. The Beast Bone Blood Devourer Spear pierced through the void. Chu Mu waved his right hand, and the silver light spirit sword appeared in his hand. He slashed out a fine silver sword light, which tore through the void and attacked Ancestor Blood Shark. The Blood Shark Patriarch was a genuine second refinement expert. He had even reached the middle stage of the second refinement. Furthermore, due to his high-grade Sea tribe bloodline, he possessed the strength of a peak middle stage of the second refinement. This was under the condition that he had not revealed his true body. Chu Mu's cultivation was actually only at the pinnacle of the 9-star saint level. However, his sword origin was very pure and powerful. The power of the pinnacle of the 9-star saint level was also very strong. The combination of the two was many times more powerful than an ordinary pinnacle of the 9-star saint level. Coupled with the other powers that Chu Mu had mastered, his unparalleled swordsmanship realm, and so on, created his strength that was comparable to a peerless expert. Before entering the solitary sword sect's myriad sword realm, Chu Mu's strength was almost at the pinnacle of the first refinement. If he used all his trump cards and displayed the powerful, great, heavenly might sword style, or the heavenly slaughter and earthly calamity sword style, he could reach the initial stage of the second refinement. After entering the myriad sword realm, Chu Mu's sword origin had been refined and condensed to the true pinnacle. This caused his strength to increase a little, surpassing the pinnacle of the first refinement and barely stepping into the second refinement. Then, It triggered the second effect of the myriad sword realm. It allowed the sword chi to enter his body and fuse with his Dantian and divine wilderness sword origin, greatly increasing the sharpness of the divine wilderness sword origin and increasing its power. Usually, 100 streaks of sword chi represented a level. In other words, it was twice as strong. Chu Mu could store 1,000 streaks of sword chi, causing the power of the divine wilderness sword origin to increase significantly. The sharpness was extremely shocking. It was as if Chu Mu had been using the sword god's descent secret technique, increasing the sharpness by 10 times. Under such a tenfold increase, Chu Mu's strength went from barely stepping into the initial second refinement to the pinnacle of the initial second refinement, infinitely close to the intermediate second refinement. Such strength naturally couldn't be compared to the Blood Shark Patriarch. However, under the essence of Chu Mu's heart and sword as one, the trajectory of the Blood Shark Patriarch's attacks were all sensed by Chu Mu, allowing him to react better. With 2 swords in hand, Chu Mu's strength multiplied, truly reaching the intermediate second refinement. His strength had taken another step forward. When the 2 swords were unleashed, the completely different sword attacks made it difficult for the Blood Shark Patriarch to adapt. However, he had lived for a long time and had experienced hundreds of battles. His battle experience was incomparably rich, so he quickly adapted. In terms of absolute strength, the Blood Shark Patriarch was above Chu Mu. However, in terms of battle skills, Chu Mu was better than the Blood Shark Patriarch. For a moment, the Blood Shark Patriarch couldn't suppress Chu Mu. After all, under Chu Mu's sword skills, there wasn't much of a difference between the intermediate second refinement and the intermediate second refinement. He's so strong, he can actually fight the Blood Shark Patriarch to a draw. The 8th Saint King's face was full of shock. Although the Blood Shark Patriarch hadn't revealed his true body, his strength was still very shocking. There were only a few people in the Sage King Hall who could defeat him. Now there was one more. 8th Saint King, is that person the 15th Saint King who just joined our Sage King Hall? A gentle voice suddenly sounded in the 8th Saint King's ears. The 8th Saint King was shocked and quickly looked over. Oh, it's the 2nd Saint King. That's right. He's the 15th Saint King who just joined our Sage King Hall, the 8th Saint King quickly said. In the Sage King Hall, the ranking wasn't based on strength. It was based on the order of entering the Sage King Hall. However, the 1st Saint King was undoubtedly the strongest in the Sage King Hall. The 2nd Saint King was the 2nd strongest, and the 3rd Saint King was the 3rd strongest. The 4th Saint King's strength was not as strong as the 5th Saint King's. The 2nd Saint King's strength was close to the peak of the advanced second refinement. Although they were all Saint Kings, there were differences in strength between the 1st refinement and the 2nd refinement. Therefore, the 8th Saint King was respectful when facing the 2nd Saint King. This was a form of respect for the strong. You can actually contend with the Blood Shark Patriarch in his human form. 8th Saint King, you've done a great job this time. The 2nd Saint King nodded and said, however, in terms of absolute strength, the 15th Saint King is still inferior to the Blood Shark Patriarch. However, their swordsmanship is incomparably exquisite. I'm afraid it's not inferior to the 1st Saint King's. The 8th Saint King's heart trembled when he heard this. The 1st Saint King was a peerless expert at the peak of the 2nd refinement. He was an extremely powerful swordsman. The 15th Saint King's swordsmanship was actually comparable to the 1st Saint King's. This was too shocking. In fact, the 2nd Saint King's words weren't accurate enough. Because he wasn't a swordsman, he didn't seem to have a deep understanding of it. He only felt that it was very profound. He had only seen it from the 1st Saint King. If the 1st Saint King had seen it here, he wouldn't have thought so. The battle between Chu Mu and the Blood Shark Patriarch became more and more intense. The terrifying sword light wreaked havoc in all directions, and the shocking blood-colored spear light shattered the void. With such power, Even the first refinement expert would be in danger of being killed if he got close. The eighth Saint King felt his scalp tingle. The blood shark patriarch was different. Even with his strength, he couldn't kill his opponent. He couldn't even suppress him. This made him extremely angry. After this battle, Chu Mu had once again integrated his strength and reached a perfect state. Blood prison burning heaven. Suddenly, 30% of his blood essence burned. The blood-colored flames around Chu Mu's body burned fiercely. His disappointment also increased by 7 or 8 times in an instant. He had barely entered the middle second refinement, but now he had reached the peak of the middle second refinement. He was even stronger than the blood shark patriarch. With the increase in absolute strength and unparalleled swordsmanship, Chu Mu immediately suppressed the blood shark patriarch. The blood shark patriarch was shocked when he used the heaven and earth cross slash. "You're courting death!" The blood shark patriarch roared. A terrifying aura suddenly exploded from his body, forcibly shattering Chu Mu's heaven and earth cross slash. Immediately, a blood-colored light spread out. The 100-mile blood cloud in the sky spun rapidly, turning into a giant funnel. It fell and poured into the blood-colored light, causing it to expand. The giant shadow in the blood cloud also entered the blood-colored light after a roar. The power was so strong that Chu Mu couldn't even get close. He could only wait for the transformation to end. Divine wilderness return. Chu Mu understood that this was the blood shark patriarch revealing his true body. During the process, he would be protected. Unless Chu Mu had the strength of the third refinement, he wouldn't be able to break through. Since that was the case, Chu Mu could also use this time to use a secret technique to increase his strength. Ripples immediately spread out from Chu Mu's feet. Layer by layer, they spread out to tens of thousands of meters away. Immediately, all the Yuan Qi in the area was attracted by Chu Mu. They turned into ripples and returned to him. The Yuan Qi in the sky blue sea region was quite abundant. It was beneficial for Chu Mu to use the divine wilderness return secret technique. Now, with Chu Mu's strength, it wouldn't take long for him to use the divine wilderness return secret technique. 3 breaths was enough. His aura rose steadily, becoming stronger and stronger. Chu Mu immediately felt his body expand. The feeling of a powerful force pouring into his body was very obvious. 10 times. The overall power of the divine wilderness sword essence had increased by 10 times under the divine wilderness return secret technique. His strength, which was originally at the peak of the middle second refinement, had increased again to the advanced second refinement. Moreover, it was close to the peak of the advanced second refinement. There is actually a second secret technique. Second Saint King and Eighth Saint King were shocked. There were actually many secret techniques that they grasped. However, from the beginning until now, there was only one that was suitable for them. Yet, Chu Mu had used 2 of them. Such a secret technique would be of great use to them. At the same time, Blood Shark Ancestor's transformation was completed. The bloody light shrunk and was absorbed by his body. A body that was 150 feet tall appeared in front of Chu Mu. This was a huge shark. It was blood red and looked extremely ferocious. It was 70% similar to the blood jade emperor shark that Chu Mu had killed. However, it was bigger and its aura was more tyrannical. Its strength was even more shocking. Human race, Saint King, your time of death has come. Blood Shark Ancestor roared. After revealing his true form, his voice became even more terrifying. Every roar was enough to shatter the primordial spirit of all experts below the Saint King level. Even a peerless first refinement expert would find it difficult to resist. However, the sound waves were blocked by the Saint King Hall. It's not certain who will die, Chu Mu said. A powerful force flowed through his body, giving him great confidence. Chapter 1917. The huge tail swung violently, whipping the void. The violent whistling sound was like thousands of horses galloping. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, directly bombarding Chu-Mu. 150 feet tall, and Chu-Mu was still quite a distance away from 10 feet tall. The difference in size between the two was huge. It was like a kitten standing in front of an elephant. The huge tail swung down. The difference in size and the shocking power made the 8 Saint Kings and the Third Sword Throne's expressions change drastically. They suspected that Chu-Mu would explode under that blow. The tail swung down, bringing with it a roaring hurricane. Chu-Mu's body swayed like a piece of paper, moving with the wind, calmly avoiding the blood shark ancestor's tail. That's right, after the blood shark ancestor revealed his true form, his strength had reached the advanced second refining level. Moreover, he was at the peak of the advanced second refining level. Such strength was very terrifying. In the entire Sage King Hall, only the top 3 Saint Kings could fight him. Even the 3rd Saint King could barely put up a fight. However, although the blood shark ancestor was much stronger, due to the increase in size, its agility was slightly inferior. In other words, the blood shark ancestor's agility wasn't affected. However, due to the increase in size, it was easier for Chu-Mu to seize the gaps. Dodge sword. The dazzling sword light slashed directly on the blood shark ancestor's body. The blood shark ancestor revealed his true form, which was 150 feet tall, undoubtedly became a much bigger target. It was also more difficult for him to dodge Chu-Mu's sword. However, the sword light shattered, and the blood shark ancestor did not suffer any damage. His incomparably tough skin gave him an amazing defensive power, firmly protecting his body. What an amazing defense! Chu-Mu could not help but think to himself, this defense was many times stronger than the blood jade emperor shark that he had killed earlier. After missing his attack, the blood shark ancestor turned around and bit fiercely. A fishy wind blew, making Chu-Mu feel dizzy. He quickly stopped breathing. After using the heaven-burning blood prison and seizing the opportunity to use the divine wilderness restoration, his strength had increased to the advanced second refining level. However, there was still a gap in front of the blood shark ancestor in his true form. After revealing his true form, the blood shark ancestor's attack methods were fewer. It was nothing more than biting, charging, slapping, and so on. However, no matter which one it was very proficient in each and had astonishing power. After all, it was an instinct of the blood shark ancestor, an instinct that he had been constantly tempering since his birth. The continuous and ferocious attacks and the spinning body unleashed an astonishing power that bombarded Chu-Mu unceasingly. Countless streams of baleful blood energy tore through the sky. Each stream seemed to transform into a long spear that tore through the void. That was the power of the beast bone blood devouring spear. The blood devouring spear was refined by the blood shark ancestor and was connected to his mind. Even if he was in his true form and not holding it with both hands, he could still use his will and strength to activate the power contained in the spear and combine it with his own strength to launch an attack. Chu-Mu held his 2 swords. Sword light crisscrossed and swept in all directions, shattering the blood-colored spear light. He dodged the blood shark ancestor's attacks and looked for an opportunity to counterattack. Blood shark devour! Seizing the opportunity, the blood shark ancestor used his ultimate move. The blood-colored light on his body spread out and instantly gathered, turning into 100 zhang long blood-colored shark. It carried a monstrous blood aura. With an incomparably tyrannical power, it charged at Chu-Mu, shaking the void. This attack had reached the peak of the advanced second refining level. Moreover, it contained a terrifying qi. Once hit, even if one could block it, it would not feel good. Chu-Mu could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in the 100 zhang long blood-colored shark. Naturally, he would not take a head-on. Under the impact of the attack, the figure directly shattered. That was only an afterimage. His real body appeared beside the blood shark ancestor. Heaven and earth cross slash. The dazzling sword light tore through the void and slashed at the blood shark ancestor. Even though the blood shark ancestor's defense was shocking, the power of Chu Mu's sword light was extremely strong. Unable to dodge, the heaven and earth cross sword light slashed at the blood shark ancestor's skin. It tore through his tough skin and cut into his flesh, causing damage. Even though it was only a light injury, the blood shark ancestor could feel the pain. Most importantly, he had been injured by a weak human who was weaker than him even though he had revealed his true form. This was an utter humiliation. Shark devour! In his rage, the blood shark ancestor used an even stronger ultimate move. The blood-colored light expanded. It was at least 10 times stronger than the blood shark devour from before. It was extremely dazzling like a small sun. A terrifying aura burst out. Soon after, countless frightening roars rang out. Soon after, 100-meter-long wild shark after another appeared. There were a total of a few dozen, and they all charged towards Chu Mu. Shark devour! Every one of the 100 Zhang frenzied sharks had the strength of a peak second refinement. Tens of them were countless times stronger than the charge of an army with thousands of men and horses. Shark swarm bite was 100 times more terrifying than blood shark bite. Looking at the dozens of peak advanced second refinement sharks charging at him as if they had gone mad, Chu Mu's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. This feeling was like an ordinary person falling into the sea and being chased by dozens of sharks. Imagine that ordinary person would be so scared that his limbs would go limp. He might even faint and become the shark's food. These 100 Zhang-long sharks were not ordinary sharks. Chu Mu was not an ordinary person either. He had powerful strength and an incomparably firm will. Therefore, even though he was shocked, he did not feel fear. The dozens of 100 Zhang-long sharks charged at him, stirring up the yuan qi of heaven and earth and causing it to become extremely chaotic. Everything in the surroundings was violently affected. Vaguely, the power of the dozens of 100 Zhang-long sharks seemed to connect as one, faintly sealing the surroundings. Unless one's strength was clearly above the peak of advanced second refinement, it would be impossible to escape. Chu Mu felt an extremely strong binding force. It was as if he was trapped in a small world. The dozens of 100 Zhang-long sharks charged at him again and again. Dodging, he pushed the power of the attack to the extreme. It felt like a small boat in a stormy sea, battered by countless waves and about to be smashed to pieces at any time. Cutting down, piercing through the clouds. After dodging, Chu Mu seized the fleeting opportunity and quickly drew his sword. In an instant, he struck 10 times. The speed of his sword was unbelievably fast, tearing a hole in the combined power of the dozens of 100 Zhang-long sharks. His figure flashed and immediately passed through the gap, escaping the siege of the sharks. This scene shocked the blood shark patriarch. Usually, when facing opponents of similar strength, the blood shark patriarch would use this move. Once the opponent was surrounded, they would be besieged to death. Even if they did not die, they would exhaust all their strength and be killed by the blood shark patriarch. This was the first opponent to break out of the siege of the blood shark patriarch, and it was a human. The 8th Saint King breathed a sigh of relief. He had heard of the power of the blood shark patriarch. It was extremely terrifying. The 2nd Saint King also knew that if it were him, he would not be able to escape from the siege of the blood shark patriarch without paying a certain price. Blood, see overflowing sky. Even though the blood shark patriarch had failed, the blood shark patriarch did not stop. He used another ultimate move. Blood, see overflowing sky, and the seawater below suddenly surged up and turned scarlet. Wave after wave surged, and each wave contained a terrifying power. On the waves, the figure of 100 Zhang-long shark appeared. It rushed toward Chu Mu as if it was riding the wind and breaking the waves. Its power vaguely surpassed the advanced stage of the second refining, and there was a possibility that it could reach the peak of the second refining. These waves seemed to be endless and continuous. Perhaps one could resist one, two, or even three waves, but one would not be able to resist more attacks. In the end, one would definitely be crushed. Chu Mu had seen this move before. The Blood Jade Emperor, King Shark, had used it before. However, the Blood Sea overflowing sky that the Blood Shark Patriarch used was more than 100 times more powerful than the Blood Jade Emperor's. If it were the previous Chu Mu, he would definitely not be able to resist it. One attack would shatter his divine body and he would die. However, the current Chu Mu was not someone the previous Chu Mu could compare to. Sword domain change. Sword God descends. Immediately, Chu Mu's strength surpassed the advanced second refinement, reaching the peak of the advanced second refinement. Heaven and earth cross slash. An incomparably resplendent cross, sword light, pierced through the air. This was the peak of the second refinement. Under the dazzling, cross-shaped sword light, the first wave that came crashing down was directly split apart, and even the mad shark phantom above it shattered and disappeared. The cross-sword light shattered 3 waves in a row and cancelled out the 4th wave. The Blood Sea overflowing sky was formed by the Blood Shark Patriarch's cultivation. It could be maintained for as long as it was strong. The 5th wave came crashing down, but it was still some distance away from Chu Mu. Chu Mu immediately raised his sword high. Thunderclouds gathered in the sky, and under the thundercloud vortex, a stunning bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, striking directly at Chu Mu's raised sword. In an instant, Chu Mu's figure stood between the heavens and the earth, towering under the lightning as if an ancient god had descended. "It's that sword!" The 3rd sword throne was extremely excited, his whole body trembling. "Great heavens, might! Sword style!" A low roar sounded, but it was like rolling thunder, its momentum roaring. The sword slashed down. The astonishing sword light, with the majesty of the heavens and the might of the heavenly Tao's judgment, tore through the sky, shattering the void, and slashed toward the Blood Shark Patriarch. This sword illuminated the heavens and the earth, piercing through the ages. The 2nd Saint King, the 8th Saint King, and the other Saint Kings who had just arrived widened their eyes in awe. The Blood Shark Patriarch was dumbfounded. The power of that sword was too strong, completely beyond the range of what he could withstand. Wave after wave was split apart, and the giant shark phantom above it was shattered, unable to block it. Without hesitation, the Blood Shark Patriarch opened his mouth, and a ball of bloody light shot out. It was the beast bone blood devourer spear. He quickly turned around and rushed down. As long as he entered the sea, he could quickly escape. With a roar, like a bloody sun hanging in the sky, the beast bone blood devourer spear was shattered by the sword light. Chapter 1918. The beast bone blood devouring spear was something that the blood shark ancestor had spent 100 years cultivating. It was connected to his bloodline and could unleash its full power. At this moment, the beast bone blood devouring spear, in order to block Chu Mu's incomparably tyrannical sword, exploded with its greatest power. In the instant of collision, the great heavenly might sword light was thus shattered, but all of the power within fell onto the beast bone blood devouring spear. The sliver of pseudo-heavenly way power within the great heavenly might invaded the beast bone blood devouring spear and wreaked havoc inside. The beast bone blood devouring spear was closely connected to the blood shark ancestor, so the sliver of pseudo-heavenly way power had damaged the blood shark ancestor's mind to a certain extent. The blood shark ancestor, who had plunged into the sea, suddenly trembled. He spat out a mouthful of blood from his huge mouth, and his aura weakened significantly. Damn it! The blood shark ancestor was furious. He could feel that his connection with the beast bone blood-devouring spear had been completely severed. The mouthful of blood from a shark that was 150 feet long was incomparably huge for a human. It instantly dyed the sea below red, covering at least 10,000 meters and spreading rapidly. With a splash, the blood shark ancestor's huge body had already plunged into the sea, turning into a black shadow that rapidly shrank and disappeared. All of this happened in an instant. The Saint Kings of the Sage King Hall could not react in time. They could only watch as the blood shark ancestor plunged into the sea. If they had reacted quickly enough, they would have been able to intercept the blood shark ancestor in advance. If they worked together, they might have been able to kill him. Even if they could not kill him, they would have been able to injure him sufficiently to prevent him from appearing for a long time. His threat would be greatly reduced. Unfortunately, they had missed the opportunity. The blood shark ancestor's speed would be greatly increased when he plunged into the sea. Moreover, the sea was equivalent to his home ground. It was extremely disadvantageous to fight him in the sea. Moreover, catching up to him was still a problem. Chumu reached out and grabbed the beast bone, blood-devouring spear. He stored it in his space ring. Then he turned into a sword light and plunged straight down. In the blink of an eye, he plunged into the sea. It was small, fast, and as sharp as a sword. In an instant, it dove into the sea without causing any splashes. 15 Saint Kings. The 8 Saint Kings were instantly shocked. The sea was the blood shark patriarch's home ground. If the 15 Saint Kings continued to pursue him, it would be disadvantageous for him. However, it was too late to stop him. I'll go. The 3rd Saint King appeared to be a very cold person. But as soon as he finished speaking, his body had already appeared outside the Saint King Hall and rapidly fell into the sea. Blood Prison, burning the heavens, increased his strength by 8 times. Divine Wilderness, returning to origin, increased his strength by 10 times. Sword Domain Transformation increased the might of his dual swords by 5 times. Sword God Descends increased his sharpness by 10 times. Chu Mu's strength instantly increased by many times. Chu Mu's strength could be considered to be at the peak of the early second refining. With the double increase in the strength of his dual swords, he barely reached the middle second refining. With the support of various secret techniques, he had reached the peak of the advanced second refining. In terms of absolute strength, he was not inferior to the blood shark patriarch. As for Chu Mu's swordsmanship, it was even more shocking. Not only could he fully unleash his strength, but he could also surpass his limits and reach a higher level. It was this that gave Chu Mu the confidence to pursue the blood shark patriarch. His motive for pursuing the blood shark patriarch was obvious. He had his eyes on the blood shark patriarch skin. Originally, after killing the blood jade emperor shark, he had refined its blood essence into a blood essence pill, but left the corpse and skin behind. His motive was to take a fancy to the toughness of the blood jade emperor shark skin and its amazing defensive power. However, he was now even stronger. The skin of the blood jade emperor shark was only at the first refining, so it was not of much use to Chu Mu. However, the blood shark patriarch was a second refining expert. The defensive power of his skin was amazing. It could withstand the attack of a peak middle second refining. Even an attack of an advanced second refining would not be able to damage it. Therefore, if he killed the blood shark patriarch, peeled off his skin, and asked someone to refine it into a treasure robe, its defensive power might be even stronger. At that time, it might be able to withstand the attack of a peak advanced second refining or even a peak second refining, greatly increasing his survivability. If the blood shark patriarch knew that this was the reason why Chu Mu was pursuing him, he would probably be scared to death. Peeling off his skin, just the thought of it was terrifying. Entering the sea, the speed of the blood shark patriarch had indeed increased by quite a bit. However, Chu Mu's speed was not slow either. The resistance of the sea was indeed strong. However, Chu Mu's body was small. Furthermore, he used the flying heavens sword kinesis technique. With the sharpness of his sword, he sliced through the sea, reducing the resistance to the lowest possible level. By the time the 3 Saint Kings entered the sea, Chu Mu had already chased after the blood shark patriarch, pulling a long distance away from him. However, The 3 Saint Kings gave chase as well. However, their speed could not compare to that of the Blood Shark Patriarch and Chu-Mu. Damned human! To think that you would dare to chase after me! The sea shall be your death ground! The Blood Shark Patriarch was enraged. To think that this human would not let him off even now. He was still chasing after him, trying to kill him. One must know that the sea was his home ground. In his rage, the Blood Shark Patriarch came to a halt. Swinging his tail, he brought with him an undercurrent that bolted out at Chu-Mu silently. In the depths of the sea, the power of the undercurrent was frighteningly strong. However, Chu-Mu's senses were extremely sharp. The moment the undercurrent appeared, he had already reacted and dodged swiftly. Like a piece of duckweed, Chu-Mu borrowed the power of the undercurrent. After dodging it, his speed did not decrease at all. Instead, he sped up and closed in on the Blood Shark Patriarch. The Blood Shark Patriarch was startled. Opening his mouth, he spat out a shocking amount of power. Bringing with it the undercurrent, it formed a blood-red vortex that slammed out at Chu-Mu. The terrifying suction force sucked in the surrounding undercurrent, causing it to grow even stronger. Chu-Mu could only feel his body being bound by the power of the blood-red vortex. He could no longer dodge as nimbly as before. Since that was the case, there was no point in dodging. His eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Man and sword as one, Chu-Mu bolted out at the vortex, courting death. The Blood Shark Patriarch roared with laughter. In the depths of the sea, his advantage was even more obvious. Every single move of his could bring forth a tremendous amount of power. The power of that blood-red vortex was not any weaker than the Blood Shark Devourer. Yet, Chu-Mu had taken the initiative to meet it. If that wasn't courting death, what was? As long as he was injured, death would follow. The laughter of a gigantic shark was rather comical, especially in the depths of the sea. However, the laughter of the Blood Shark Patriarch froze. A figure pierced through the center of the blood-red vortex. That sword light was incomparably sharp as it slashed out at him. By the time the Blood Shark Patriarch could react, Chu-Mu had already arrived. The incomparably sharp sword light slashed out at the Blood Shark Patriarch. 2 consecutive high-level swords tore at the skin of the Blood Shark Patriarch, but they did not cause any obvious damage. My mental state is injured, and my strength has dropped significantly. If we were in the sea, I wouldn't be a match for this human. But in the sea, I have the advantage. The Blood Shark Patriarch's thoughts shifted as he understood where his advantage lay. Immediately, the Blood Shark Patriarch decided to give it his all. Even if he had to suffer some injuries, he had to kill this human. Otherwise, there would be another powerful second cultivated Saint King in the human King Sage Palace. That would be bad news for the Sea Tribe. His gigantic body tumbled, bringing with it countless undercurrents. The Blood Shark Patriarch opened his mouth once more, and an incomparably terrifying power gushed out from within. Blood Shark, see devour! A blood-red vortex appeared in the depths of the Blood Shark Patriarch's mouth. The terrifying suction force seemed as though it was going to devour the entire sea. Chu-Mu's body was first swept up by the countless undercurrents. Then he was swept up by the power of the Blood Shark Sea Devourer. It was hard for him to escape. The defense of the Blood Shark Patriarch is extremely frightening. In the sea, my strength is affected as well. If I want to kill him, it'll be extremely difficult. Since that's the case, I might as well destroy his body from within and kill him. Chu-Mu thought to himself. Without a doubt, this was an extremely risky move. But if there was a chance, he would definitely be able to kill the Blood Shark Patriarch. Chu-Mu had never been one to hesitate. After analyzing the pros and cons, he made a decision. He gave up resisting and allowed the Blood Shark Sea Devourer to devour him. He then used all of his strength to cover his entire body, forming the strongest layer of defense for himself. In the blink of an eye, Chu-Mu was swallowed into the stomach of the Blood Shark Patriarch. The blood shark patriarch closed his mouth and swung his tail, swimming in the direction of the blood shark island. After swimming for about a dozen li, the blood shark patriarch's body suddenly trembled and rolled, stirring up the seabed. Dust billowed and dyed the seawater a turbid color. He could only feel waves of intense pain coming from within his body, as if someone was using a sharp weapon to cut at his insides. That was the truth. Chu Mu was swallowed inside. It was extremely dangerous, but he still managed to hold on. He launched a counterattack, his two swords unceasingly cutting. The blood shark patriarch's internal defense was not as good as the skin on his body. It was completely unable to resist Chu Mu's two swords. The pain made him roll continuously, but there was nothing he could do. The internal defense was the weakest part. Chu Mu did not waste any time. After causing enough damage to the blood shark patriarch, he immediately used the blood refining evil skill to absorb the blood shark patriarch's essence and refined it into a blood essence pill. Incomparably shrill screams shook the surroundings, as if he was enduring inhumane torture. The sea beasts and sea tribes in a certain range were all frightened and did not dare to approach. After a while, the scream stopped and the rolling also quieted down. From the turbid waters, a sword light flashed. It instantly tore through and rushed out. It was Chu Mu. He had taken a risk and attacked from the inside, finally killing the blood shark patriarch. He had also removed a huge threat for the human race of the Sky Blue Sea region. Chapter 1919. At the bottom of the sea, Chu Mu and the third Saint King met. 15th Saint King, I heard the blood shark ancestor scream. Could it be that the blood shark ancestor has already? The third Saint King's numb face revealed traces of shock and speculation. The blood shark ancestor is already dead. Chu Mu nodded and said, May I know which Saint King you are? The third Saint King knew that Chu Mu was the 15th Saint King, but Chu Mu did not know which Saint King he was, so he asked. Third. The third Saint King's answer was very simple, but his heart was still in shock. Even if he used all his strength, he could barely fight against the blood shark ancestor. Even the first Saint King would find it difficult to kill him. Excited, the third Saint King and Chu Mu quickly rushed out of the sea and flew in the direction of the Saint King Hall. The third Saint King was a man of few words, so he did not say anything along the way. He only glanced at Chu Mu from time to time, his heart still in shock. At this time, Chu Mu had already stopped using all kinds of secret techniques, and his strength had returned to its normal level, the peak of the beginner's second refining. Not long after, Chu Mu and the third Saint King returned to the Saint King Hall. Great, 15th Saint King, you came back safe and sound. The 8th Saint King walked over to take a look and said happily, The blood shark ancestor is from the Sea Clan, and the sea is his home ground. He can unleash his strength to the extreme and has the advantage. It is very disadvantageous for us humans to fight in the sea, but it is good that you came back alive. At least the blood shark ancestor will be more restrained in the future. The 8th Saint King thought that Chu Mu did not catch up to the blood shark ancestor, and the other Saint Kings thought so too. After all, in the sea, even the first Saint King would find it difficult to defeat the blood shark ancestor. The blood shark ancestor is dead, the third Saint King suddenly said, and then added, He was killed by the 15th Saint King. The third Saint King's expression was somewhat stupefied, and his tone of voice was also dry. It sounded very methodical, and talking to him would not make anyone feel comfortable. However, no one cared about this at this moment, because the content of the third Saint King's words was like a bolt of lightning that struck them. It shocked them so much that they could not react for a moment. 3 Saint Kings, did you see it with your own eyes? One of the Saint Kings asked in disbelief. No, the third Holy King replied woodenly, but I heard Patriarch Blood Shark's miserable cry. I only heard screams. Maybe he was injured and didn't die. There were still people who didn't believe it. After all, it was too difficult. The 15th Saint King is here. Just ask him and you'll know, the second Saint King said. Dead, Chumu said. He's really dead? The other Saint Kings all widened their eyes. He's dead. His corpse is in my interspatial ring. Chumu said. With a wave of his hand, the blood shark ancestor's huge body appeared in front of everyone. However, it was somewhat shriveled, as if all the blood in his body had flowed out. After letting everyone take a look, Chumu put away the blood shark ancestor's corpse. He's really dead. The blood shark ancestor is actually dead, the group of Saint Kings muttered to themselves, still in disbelief. However, the truth was the truth. Moreover, they all recognized the blood shark ancestor's corpse. Its appearance and aura could not be faked. Soon, the Saint Kings accepted this conclusion and felt happy from the bottom of their hearts. 15th Saint King, you've made a great contribution to the human clan, the 5th Saint King said with incomparable surprise. That's right. The blood shark ancestor was one of the top 3 Saint Kings of the Sea tribe. He was very powerful and difficult to deal with. Now that he's dead, the Sea tribe's top combat power has been weakened, which is beneficial to the human clan. 100 years ago, the 11th Saint King and the 15th Saint King of our Sage King Hall were ambushed and killed. It was most likely the work of the blood shark ancestor. Now that the blood shark ancestor is dead, the 15th Saint King has avenged our Sage King Hall, the 8th Saint King said. In short, Chumu had become a great contributor to the Sage King Hall and was highly respected. Perhaps within the human clan, there would be internal strife. However, when it came to foreign clans, there was a clear sense of right and wrong. First, the Blood Jade Emperor, Wang Shark, had died. Now, the Blood Shark ancestor was dead. 2 of the top combat power of the Sea tribe had been lost. It was obvious that the human clan was affected. The Sage King Hall held a simple celebration banquet for Chumu. Although it was called a celebration banquet, it was actually a welcoming banquet for Chumu. At the banquet, other than the first Saint King, all the other Saint Kings were present. It was a very enjoyable banquet. Chumu also learned that the second Saint King, in addition to being powerful, had another ability, which was to refine treasured armor. Chumu planned to refine the skins of the Blood Jade Emperor, Wang Shark, and the Blood Shark ancestor into treasured armor. However, he did not know how to do it, and he did not know who knew how to do it. Since the second Saint King knew how to do it, Chumu took the opportunity to mention it. The second Saint King readily agreed. These 2 large skins can be used to refine many treasured armors. However, it will take at least 2 years to refine all of them, the second Saint King said. 2 years. Chumu did a little calculation. The agreement with Kong Lu was 3 years. Now a few months had passed. It was less than half a year. If it was a year and a half, he would have more than half a year left. By then, he would have enough time to obtain the essence of the earth and cultivate the second level of the Sword God's descent secret technique before meeting up with Kong Lu and the others. Since that was the case, he would stay and use these 2 years in the Sage King Hall to consolidate his cultivation and improve his strength as much as possible. The third sword throne left the Sage King Hall. He was not a Saint King, and this was not a place where he could stay for long. Moreover, he had to hurry back as soon as possible to refine his precepts and become a peerless expert. Then he would be a Saint King and could enter the Sage King Hall freely. The Saint King Palace's area was very large. There were only a dozen or so Saint Kings, so Chumu naturally took a small palace. There was plenty of heaven and earth energy. However, whether it was his cultivation or his saint body cultivation, they were both at the peak. There was no way to raise them any further. Therefore, whether the chi of heaven and earth was abundant or not did not matter much to Chumu at the moment. However, although he could not improve his cultivation of origin power and cultivation of divine body, he could improve his strength in other aspects, such as perfecting his swordsmanship, his attainments in swordsmanship, his realm of swordsmanship, the sword realm change, and so on. Now his sword realm change could increase the power of his sword by 5 times, and there was still room for improvement. It was like an amazing secret technique. It could also be said that the sword realm change was a secret technique. Time flew. Whether it was the Sea Tribe or the Sea Beast clan, they all knew that a terrifying Saint King sword cultivator had appeared in the human clan. The Blood Jade Emperor Shark and the Blood Shark Ancestor had both died under his sword. This created the reputation of the 15 Saint Kings of the Sage King Hall. No, to the Sea Tribe and the Sea Beast clan, it was a fierce reputation. After all, it was the 2 experts of the Sea Tribe who had created the reputation of the 15 Saint Kings. Compared to the fear of the Sea Beasts, the Oceanic race was shocked and furious. However, the Blood Shark Ancestor was one of the top 3 experts of the Sea Tribe. Even the top expert would find it difficult to kill the Blood Shark Ancestor. At most, he could defeat him. Moreover, the news from the Sage King Hall was that the Blood Shark Ancestor had been killed by the 15 Saint Kings of the human clan in the sea. Because of this, the top expert of the Sea Tribe did not challenge Chumu because he was not confident. Otherwise, with the ferocity and overbearingness of the Sea Tribe, he would have lost his patience. As for joining forces to kill Chumu, it would be difficult. After all, Chumu was now in the Sage King Hall. They did not have the ability to break into the Sage King Hall. Moreover, the 2 experts of the Sea Tribe had died, and one of them was a top expert. If they were to fight against the human clan, they would not have the advantage. However, the Sea Tribe was always paying attention to the movements of the Sage King Hall. As for the human clan, when the news spread, they were very excited and very excited. Their fate had also improved. Some of the human clan's geniuses had become more outstanding than in previous years. For the human clan, this was great news. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. In these 2 years, Chumu had been cultivating in seclusion in the small hall. He had only just come out. Compared to 2 years ago, his aura had become even more obscure. Not long after, Second Saint King also came out of seclusion. Unlike Chumu, Second Saint King's aura was a bit weak. Moreover, he looked very tired and listless. 15 Saint Kings, fortunately I did not disappoint you. I have refined the 2 skins into treasured clothes and armor, the Second Saint King said with a smile. Thank you, Second Saint King. Chumu was very grateful. He could see that the Second Saint King had been working hard for the past 2 years and had not had much rest. The Second Saint King waved his hand, and blood-red, treasured clothes and armor suddenly appeared in front of Chumu. Chumu's eyes widened. He was very shocked. There were a total of 20 treasured clothes and armor made from the skin of the Blood Jade Emperor Shark King. The treasured clothes were long robes that covered the whole body. There was also a hat. The treasured armor was a close-fitting inner armor that used relatively less materials. As for the treasured clothes and armor made from the skin of the Blood Shark Ancestor, there were 10 of each. In fact, with such a large skin, it was theoretically possible to refine more treasured clothes and armor. However, due to various reasons such as the process of refining, the final product was naturally not as many as the theory. The fact that the Second Saint King was able to refine these treasured clothes and armor was enough to show his amazing skills. Although the skin of the Blood Shark Ancestor was larger, it was more difficult to refine the treasured clothes and armor that could withstand second refining attacks. Thus, there were fewer finished products. This kind of treasured clothes and armor can withstand an attack at the peak of advanced first refining. It can offset 70% of an attack at the peak of first refining. The Second Saint King said, "This kind is much more powerful. It can withstand an attack at the peak of advanced second refining. It can offset 70% of an attack at the peak of second refining." Second Saint King, please name them, Chumu said. This was a special honor for the refiner. These will be called the Blood Jade Robe and Blood Jade Armor. These will be called the Blood Shark Robe and Blood Shark Armor. The second Saint King did not stand on ceremony. Chu Mu waved his hand and put away the 15 blood jade robe and blood jade armor. He put away the 5 blood jade robe and blood jade armor. Second Saint King, please pass the remaining 5 blood jade robe and blood jade armor to the 5 sword thrones of the solitary sword sect on my behalf, Chu Mu said. As for the 5 blood shark robe and blood shark armor, leave them to the Sage King Hall. Chapter 1920. The sea area of the deep blue world was much larger than the land area. The sky above the sky blue ocean was clear and cloudless. From afar, a blood-red sword light streaked across the sky. It was moving forward at lightning speed. Below it was deep and calm, like a gigantic sapphire. The blood-red sword light was Chu Mu. He was wearing the blood shark armor and blood shark robe. These were treasured armors that had been personally refined by Second Saint King. They were made from the skin of the blood shark patriarch and mixed with other materials. They could completely withstand the attack of a peak second refinement expert and offset 70% of the attack power of a peak second refinement expert. Simply put, with the blood shark robe and blood shark armor, even a peak second refinement expert would find it difficult to cause any effective damage to Chu Mu. As for a peak second refinement expert, the blood shark robe and blood shark armor could also provide some protection and increase Chu Mu's survivability. The value of such treasured armors was extremely shocking. To any peerless second refinement expert, they were extremely valuable. Once people found out about it, it would immediately cause a bloodbath. Therefore, Second Saint King had added some tricks when he had refined them. From the outside, one would not be able to tell that they were treasured armors. It was even difficult to sense their aura, unless one's attainment in refining treasured armors surpassed Second Saint King's. He left behind 5 blood jade robe and blood jade armor for the 5 sword bases of the solitary sword sect. When their cultivation had broken through, they would be peerless first refinement experts and would be able to support the blood jade robe and blood jade armor. It would greatly increase their defensive power and survivability. Unless one was a peerless second refinement expert, it would be impossible to kill them. As for the 5 blood shark robe and blood shark armor for the Sage King Hall, it was a reward for Second Saint King. After all, Chu Mu was able to obtain so many treasured armors because of Second Saint King. Secondly, it was a gift for the Sage King Hall of the Sky Blue Ocean after he left. With the 5 blood shark robes and blood shark armor, the human tribe's King Sage Hall's strength had increased. The gap between them and the Sea Tribe and the Sea Beast Tribe was now even. They were no longer at a disadvantage. Chu Mu still had 5 sets of blood shark robes and blood shark armor left, which counted as 5 sets. He would use 1 set for himself and keep the other 4 for now. As for the 15 sets of blood jade equipment, he could take them back to the True Sword Sect and use them as a reward for the supreme experts of the True Sword Sect in the future. After all, if the True Sword Sect were to develop, there would definitely be peerless powerhouses in the future. After more than 2 years, Chu Mu also obtained the route map. He knew which direction to go in order to return to the deep blue continent. According to the markings on the map, with my speed, it will take me about 2 months to return to the deep blue continent. I still have about half a year left. I will first obtain the Earth Essence and master the second layer of the Sword God's Descent secret technique before meeting up with Brother Kong Lu. Chu Mu thought to himself, I just don't know if Gulwan Kong and the other 2 have left the land of exile. If they haven't, it will be troublesome to leave in the future. While thinking, he flew. With Chu Mu's flying speed, it wasn't easy for him to cross the distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. When he flew out of the sky blue sea region, Chu Mu's heart suddenly trembled. He felt that something bad was about to happen. His high-speed flight came to a sudden stop. There was a rumble in front of him, and a terrifying light shot up from the calm sea surface. It was extremely fast and powerful. Under the countless white waves, there was a cold light and a shocking, murderous aura. Chu Mu was almost hit by the attack. After the first attack appeared, the second, third, and fourth attacks locked onto Chu Mu from all directions. This was a sneak attack that had been planned for a long time. This was an ambush that had been prepared for a long time. Chu Mu definitely wouldn't be able to avoid it. Indeed, Chu Mu's senses weren't wrong, and he reacted quickly. He avoided the first attack, the second attack, and the third attack. However, he didn't manage to avoid the fourth attack. This was because the fourth attack was the strangest. It was like a sea dragon. When Chu Mu dodged it, it suddenly turned and went from the top to the bottom. It was like a meteorite falling down. With a rumble, Chu Mu was directly hit. He instantly rushed to the bottom of the sea along with the head of the sea dragon. For figures appeared. 2 of them were floating in the air. They were in human form, but they were from the sea tribe. The other 2 were half submerged and half floating in the sea. One was a black sea dragon that was 200 feet long, and the other was a giant octopus with 8 tentacles. They were the strongest and second strongest experts of the sea race, and the strongest and second strongest experts of the sea beast race. Ever since the news of blood shark ancestors' death spread, the sea tribe had been monitoring the movements of King Sage Hull. When Chu Mu appeared and left, the sea tribe quickly received the news. Previously, the sea tribe had secretly discussed with the sea beast tribe to eliminate the 15 Saint Kings of King Sage Hull. This was because they didn't know that Chu Mu was only there temporarily and would leave soon. In the future, he might not come back. Eliminating the 15 Saint Kings would weaken the top combat strength of the human tribe and attack the morale of the human tribe. It would kill 2 birds with 1 stone and suppress the human tribe again. Therefore, after a secret discussion, they came up with a plan. Once the 15 Saint Kings left the King Sage Hall, they would find a suitable opportunity to kill them. For this, the 2 tribes had sent out their 2 most powerful sovereigns. With 4 sovereigns joining forces, there was no reason why they could not kill the 15 Saint Kings. The reason why they chose to attack when they just left Sky Blue Sea region was that they were worried that other Saint Kings from the human tribe would come to help. Since they had decided to do it, they had to do it well. Now, it seemed that their plan had been carried out perfectly and had achieved results. The last attack was from the Sea Dragon King of the Sea Beast clan. As the strongest expert of the Sea Beast clan, even if he was at the peak of second refinement, he would still be injured if he was hit by that attack, let alone when he was caught off guard. Therefore, as they expected, the 15 Saint Kings from the human tribe who fell into the sea after being attacked would be severely injured, if not dead. He's not dead. Sea Dragon King's eyes flashed with surprise. The sea was their world. Within a certain range, they could clearly sense everything. The human tribe Saint King, who was directly hit by his blow, was still alive, which surprised him. Then kill him. A sea tribe expert in the sky said coldly. His face was long and narrow, and his nose was very sharp. He looked very sharp. He was from the swordfish tribe of the sea tribe. He was the second strongest expert of the sea tribe and was even more powerful than blood shark ancestor. For powerful spiritual powers swept out and locked onto the figure in the sea. In such an environment, the sea tribe had the advantage. Even if Chu Mu tried his best to conceal his aura, it was inevitable that he would be sensed. Therefore, Chu Mu's plan to launch a surprise attack and severely injure, or even kill, one of them naturally failed. Since he could not launch a sneak attack, he could only fight head-on. The Ocean Dragon King's dragon head attack was extremely powerful and sudden. It was impossible to defend against. In such a situation, if it was before, even if Chu Mu didn't die, he would be heavily injured as they expected. Fortunately, he was wearing the blood shark robe and blood shark armor. The 2 layers of protection absorbed 40% of the power of the dragon head, which had reached the pinnacle of second refining. The remaining 20% went through the blood shark robe and blood shark armor and hit Chu Mu's body. Chu Mu also mobilized the divine wilderness sword energy in his body to cooperate with the power of his sacred body to resist. The pinnacle of the 9 stars sword energy and the pinnacle of the 9th level sacred body could not be compared to 20% of the power of the pinnacle of second refining. However, it could still resist a little and reduce the destructive power. Moreover, when the power of the dragon had penetrated the blood shark robe and blood shark armor, Chu Mu had already reacted and mobilized his own power to resist wave after wave. In the end, all resistance was defeated. However, Chu Mu had successfully weakened 10% of the power. The remaining 10% of power hit his body. Even though Chu Mu's saint body had reached the peak of the 9th rank and was astonishingly strong, it was still unable to withstand 10% of the dragon head's power. However, it was fortunate that his saint body had reached the peak of the 9th rank. The life force in his body was even more astonishing. Adding on the nourishment of the innate water spirit, his saint body was even more pliable and tough, allowing him to better withstand the attack. Finally, he followed the momentum downwards and used a power dissipation technique. With all these factors combined, Chu Mu was still injured. However, the injury was not serious. With the combination of his powerful vitality and the wood form origin source vitality, he recovered quickly. If not for the blood shark robe and blood shark armor that had neutralized 80% of the power, Chu Mu would have been in danger this time. However, the blood shark robe and blood shark armor were not omnipotent. The attack of the pinnacle of second refining had already exceeded the defensive level of the blood shark robe and blood shark armor. Therefore, although they had neutralized 80% of the power, the blood shark robe and blood shark armor had almost exhausted all of their power. They would need some time to recover. If they were attacked again, they would definitely be damaged. Chu Mu knew this. Therefore, he had quickly changed into blood shark armor and blood shark robe. He's not injured. The 2 Sea Tribe experts were shocked. The Sea Dragon King was also shocked. He knew very well how powerful the dragon head's attack was. Maybe he's forcing it. The 8-Clawed King said, "The human tribe has always been very cunning." The 8-Clawed King's words were supported by the other 3 experts. The Sea Dragon King was very confident in his dragon head's attack. This human must be forcing himself to act as if he was not injured in order to confuse them. Unfortunately, it was all fake. He had to die. The 4 experts did not hide their conversation. Therefore, Chu Mu heard everything clearly. Whether it's true or not, you'll know once you try. Chu Mu smiled faintly, but there was a cold glint in his eyes. When he left the sky blue sea region and was on his way back to the deep blue continent, he was attacked. Moreover, the attackers were 4 extremely powerful fellows. They were all at the advanced second refining, or even the peak second refining. They really thought highly of him. Chapter 1921. Above the deep blue ocean, under the endless blue sky, Chu Mu was surrounded by ocean species and ocean beast species experts. Chu Mu took a glance and knew the identities of these 4 experts because the Saint King palaces, Saint Kings had told him before. The first and second strongest experts from the Sea Tribe and the first and second strongest experts from the Sea Beast clans had joined forces to ambush him. Chu Mu did not know how to express his feelings. With 2 swords in his hands, Chu Mu's strength had reached the intermediate second refining. Blood prison burns the sky. Without hesitation, Chu Mu used his first secret skill. He burned 40% of his blood essence, and his strength increased tenfold. Blood-colored flames spread all over his body, burning fiercely. They were extremely vigorous, dyeing the sky red. His strength increased further. The Sword Realm was activated and the Sword Realm transformation was used. 2 years of consolidation had allowed Chu Mu's Sword Domain transformation to increase even further. It had increased from 5 times to 7 times. Under the 7 times increase, Chu Mu's strength had surpassed the middle stage of the second refinement. However, this was far from enough because his opponents were 4 people. Every one of them had absolute strength that was above his. Under their combined strength, Chu Mu was unable to contend against them. The 4 experts are all stronger than me. I have to kill one of them to intimidate them. Only then can I seize the opportunity to escape, Chumu said to himself. He did not want to kill all 4 experts, as it was unrealistic, unless he could increase his strength further. With a quick thought, Chumu chose his target. All of this happened in an instant. Sword God's Descent. Chumu used his last secret skill, and the sharpness increased tenfold. His strength soared to the advanced second refining. In terms of absolute strength, he had increased another level. In an instant, Chumu's aura increased, causing the 4 experts to widen their eyes. Secret skill. That's right. He's not as strong as us. He's relying on secret techniques. Although they relied on secret techniques to increase their strength, it was still very shocking. This was because at the level of peerless experts, most of the secret techniques were ineffective. Therefore, only a small number of peerless experts had mastered secret techniques. Moreover, most of them had only mastered one type. On the other hand, secret techniques that could instantly increase one's strength were more difficult to cultivate or had greater side effects. The 3 secret skills that Chumu had just performed were all instantaneous. The value of each of them was indescribable. The eyes of the 4 experts flickered with greed. Although it was said that the secret techniques of the human race could only be used by humans, once they obtained them, they would be able to research and decipher them. After that, they would be able to modify the secret techniques many times to make them suitable for their own race. For a moment, the 4 powerhouses changed the idea of killing Chumu to capturing him alive. However, before capturing him alive, they had to severely injure him and make him lose all his strength. It was a change from killing to severely injuring. This meant that when they attacked, they would subconsciously hold back a little. This undoubtedly gave Chumu a greater opportunity. In the blink of an eye, all these thoughts flashed through his mind. Chumu moved. Sword Chi Shadow after Shadow Change. This move was the Sword Chi Shadow that Chumu had continuously perfected. After integrating the essence of the Ghost Dragon disorienting track step and the Ghost Dragon shadowless body, he had further improved in the past 2 years. It was a more profound application. Hundreds of figures appeared. Each of them looked very real. It was difficult to find any flaws in their appearance and aura. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. These hundreds of figures quickly rushed out. Each of them held 2 swords and charged towards the 4 experts. The feeling of the impact of the killing intent was very real. It was as if they were really coming to kill. The greatest advantage of the Sea Tribe and the Sea Beast clan was their own body and the talent of their race. In terms of the richness of martial arts, they were more or less incomparable to the cultivators of the human race. Although they were strong, it was difficult for them to distinguish whether the figures that were charging towards them were real or fake. I don't care if they are real or fake. Destroy all of them. The Sea Dragon King roared. In the shocking roar, a terrifying force drove the seawater and condensed into a sea dragon that was 10 feet long. It rushed out and smashed the figures one after another. The 8-clawed king's 8 claws were like long whips that swept through the void. Wherever they passed, the void trembled and the seawater surged. The afterimages were also shattered and dissipated. The 2 experts of the Sea Tribe, Ancestor Swordfish and Ancestor Mingjing, also attacked. Grandmaster Swordfish waved his hand and shot out arrow-shaped beams of light. Like a torrential downpour, they pierced through the afterimages one after another, shattering them and dissipating them. Meanwhile, Grandmaster Mingjing clapped his hands together and a huge black palm print descended from the sky like a meteor, instantly shattering dozens of afterimages. The afterimages shattered one after another, transforming into clouds that spread out. The 4 supreme experts were all searching for Chumu's figure. Suddenly, Ancestor Swordfish's body tensed up. He only felt that he was locked on by a terrifying sharpness. The sharpness was incomparably cold, and the chill penetrated straight into his bones. almost freezing his body. This was too sudden and unexpected. It was completely out of Ancestor Swordfish's expectations. Before he could react, the terrifying sword light had already torn through the void and silently shot towards the back of his head. After displaying the sword Chi shadow transformation, Chu Mu's real body intertwined among them and headed towards his target, Ancestor Swordfish. Among the 4 experts, Ancestor Swordfish was the second strongest expert of the Sea tribe. His strength was about the same as the second strongest expert of the Sea Beast tribe, the 8-Clawed King. He was a good target to attack. However, Ancestor Swordfish did not reveal his true body and was in midair. The 8-Clawed King was floating in the sea and had a huge body, which made it harder to penetrate. Chu Mu's goal was to kill one of the 4 experts by surprise with a single sword strike. Not only could he weaken the opponent's strength, but he could also create a deterrent effect, which would buy him time to escape. This sword was the result of Chu Mu's instantaneous thinking. It could be said to be a sword without any flaws. If one had to point out what it had, it would be strength. If the swordfish ancestor didn't hide his strength, then the success rate of this sword would be over 90%. Cloud-piercing sword style. As the clouds and mist filled the air and overlapped with the clouds and mist after the afterimages were shattered, Ancestor Swordfish was unable to distinguish between north and south for a moment. The sword light was extremely condensed. Without any sound, its speed reached a shocking peak. It integrated all of Chu Mu's strength into it. Its sharpness was incomparably terrifying. Moreover, it even used the sharp metal spirit's energy to gather at the tip of the sword. The space was silently pierced and torn apart. A spot of extremely condensed golden light shuttled through the clouds and mist, piercing into the back of Ancestor Swordfish's head. The terrifying sharpness tore through his defense and pierced deep into his brain. The terrifying sword will, sword origin, and metal spirit all poured into Ancestor Swordfish's brain, crushing his brain in an instant. His consciousness was in chaos, and he was on the verge of collapse. It could be said that this sword strike had crippled more than half of Ancestor Swordfish. Ancestor Swordfish finally came to his senses, but his consciousness was in chaos, and he could not distinguish between north and south. He attacked randomly in front and from the side, and could not affect Chu Mu. Ancestor Mingjing also came to his senses. In shock and anger, he grabbed with his hand, and a thick black stick appeared in his hand. He smashed it fiercely at Chu Mu. Wind and thunder roared, and the void trembled. In an instant, it was as if the sky had collapsed. The entire sky was filled with the shadow of the black stick, and nothing else could be seen. Under the stick, everything would be smashed. Under the terrifying whistling sound, Chu Mu's scalp went numb. Although the blood shark robe and blood shark armor had amazing defense, this stick was smashing down from above, aiming at Chu Mu's head. It was a place that the blood shark robe and blood shark robe could not defend. This was also a limitation of the blood shark robe and blood shark armor. Therefore, Chu Mu could not take this stick head-on. Fortunately, although the power of this stick was terrifying and would shatter one's body upon impact, its speed was slightly slower, and that slight delay was enough. The Eternal Spirit sword slashed out with an astonishing sharpness, and Ancestor Swordfish's head immediately flew up. With a kick, Chu Mu kicked Ancestor Swordfish's headless body directly into the black stick that was smashing down from above. Then his body fell rapidly as he constantly adjusted his strength. The shadow of the black stick smashed down from above, and the terrifying pressure was as if the sky had collapsed. It was as if they had fallen into doomsday, and it made people feel despair. The Sea Dragon King and the 8-Clawed King looked at the terrifying shadow of the black stick with fear in their eyes. The strength of the top expert of the Sea tribe, Ancestor Mingjing, was indeed terrifying. The Sea Dragon King did not have the confidence to defeat him, and at best it would be a draw. With a loud bang, Ancestor Swordfish's headless body was directly struck by the cudgel and shattered into countless pieces of flesh and blood that shot out in all directions. Ancestor Mingjing's face turned extremely ugly. The stick that was launched in anger was extremely powerful, and it was difficult to stop it. Although Ancestor Swordfish's head was chopped off, he was not really dead. As long as he could kill Ancestor Swordfish and reattach his head, he would be able to recover after a period of recuperation. But now his body was smashed, and it was impossible to reattach it. Even if he could retrieve Ancestor Swordfish's head, he would have to pay a higher price to reattach his body. That price was enough to make Ancestor Mingjing's heart ache. Moreover, it would take a long time, at least a few decades. The most important thing was that Ancestor Swordfish's body was smashed by his own stick. That feeling was driving Ancestor Mingjing mad, and he was enraged to the extreme. "Human, you deserve to die. You must die." A horrifying aura surged out from the body of Ancestor Mingjing. That body of his, which looked strong to begin with, seemed to have expanded by another size as he exuded an extremely frightening aura and pressure. Exerting his strength, the speed of the stick that was smashed down increased by 30%, and the power was even more horrifying. The space under the shadow of the stick could not withstand it at all, as it shattered and a black trench was smashed out. Chapter 1922. The black cudgel was huge, and it covered the sky. When it struck down, it was as if the sky was collapsing. Its power was invincible, and it could destroy everything. The space around the black cudgel was completely sealed. There was no way to escape. Although Chu Mu could break through the seal with his 2 swords, he would need some time. Just a little bit of time, and the black cudgel would catch up with him. The power of the cudgel was unstoppable. Chu Mu could only continue to descend. He increased his speed and rushed into the sea in an instant. Moreover, he dived rapidly. With a thought, slivers of blue light instantly diffused out of his body. They wandered between Chu Mu's limbs and bones, covering his entire body and wrapping him up. They emitted a weak blue light, and slivers of a gentle aura diffused out. Suddenly, Chu Mu felt that there was no longer any animosity between him and the sea. It was as if he was born in the sea and grew up in the sea. He had a sense of familiarity with the sea that came from his bones and soul. This was the effect of the innate water spirit. After obtaining the innate water spirit, it was more or less damaged because it was taken from someone else's body. It was not strong enough. Therefore, Chu Mu had been nourishing it and had never used it, afraid that it would damage the foundation of the innate water spirit. Now, after 2 years, Chu Mu had continuously fed the innate water spirit with water crystals, causing the power of the innate water spirit to more than double. Naturally, he could use a part of its power. It was enough if it was not used in battle. Like a fish in water, there was no obstruction. This caused Chu Mu's speed to increase by a lot, and he quickly dove downwards. At the same time, the terrifying black rod heavily smashed downwards. The terrifying pressure caused the surface of the ocean to sink downwards, forming a basin. Immediately after, the black rod smashed into the surface of the ocean, causing a boom that was incomparably ear-piercing. The ocean seemed to have been angered and began to roar. Under the black cudgel, a terrifying power exploded. 10,000 tons of seawater exploded, and countless huge, white waves rushed into the sky. The power could easily injure a first refinement expert. Under the cudgel, the seawater that was dozens of miles long was split into 2 sides and collapsed downwards. Then the surrounding seawater was replenished at an astonishing speed and momentum. The white waves in the sky also crashed down heavily. The sea was turbulent, and all the fish and prawns within a few hundred miles were shattered. Vortexes appeared one after another, and undercurrents were generated. As Chu Mu dove down, he also felt the terrifying power of the attack. The shock waves caused his blood to churn. However, there was still some distance between them. Chu Mu himself was not weak, and he used his own strength to resist the attack. With the blood shark robe and blood shark armor, Chu Mu successfully resisted the attack of the black rod. Of course, it was also because he had dived into the sea, which was equivalent to being attacked indirectly. If it was a direct attack, it would be difficult to defend against it. The attack was not over yet. Countless undercurrents and vortexes rushed over. However, Chu Mu, who had activated the innate water spirit power, was like a fish in water in the sea. In the face of the undercurrents and whirlpools, he was also equipped with a considerable resistance. He took advantage of the situation, drifted in the undercurrents and whirlpools, and finally turned the danger into safety. Old ancestor Ming Whale's face, which was already dark, was now as dark as the bottom of a pot that had not been washed for decades. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, and he was incomparably ferocious and furious. The sea below gradually regained its calmness. Sea Dragon King, Eight-Clawed King, is that human dead yet? Old ancestor Ming Whale asked. Although he was very confident in the power of his attack, he was not sure when he thought about how the human was not injured at all after being hit by the Sea Dragon King's dragon head. Sea Dragon King and Eight-Clawed King were in the sea, so they were more sensitive to the movements in the sea than he was. Sea Dragon King and Eight-Clawed King carefully sensed. Sea Dragon King's eyes were filled with uncertainty, as if he could not be sure. He's not dead, but his aura is very weak and indistinct, as if he must be too severely injured and his aura has weakened. He sank to the bottom of the sea, so it's harder to detect him, Eight-Clawed King said. Oh. The fury in old ancestor Ming Whale's eyes subsided slightly. He leaped down and landed in the sea. Through the sea, he sensed carefully. After a long while, he finally opened his eyes, still somewhat bewildered. Just like what the Sea Dragon King had said, the aura of the human clan was faintly discernible and extremely weak. Could it be that the Eight-Clawed King was right, that the human clan was so severely injured that his aura had weakened? Of course, it was also because he had sunk to the bottom of the sea. After all, even though the sea race had an advantage in the sea and could sense things clearly, they would still be affected if they were too far away. However, while old ancestor Ming Whale was enraged by the outcome of old ancestor Swordfish, he could not help but be wary. That human was way too cunning. No one could tell if he was truly severely injured or if he was up to something else. Time passed bit by bit. Old ancestor Ming Whale and the two powerful beings of the sea beast race did not let down their guard in the slightest. They continued to sense for the human. However, the aura of the human was still the same as before, indistinct and extremely weak. Gradually they let down their guard. That human must be severely injured. Brother Black Whale, the power of that cudgel of yours is truly frightening. The Eight-Clawed King chuckled. For an octopus to call a black whale brother, it was pretty comical. I'll go and take care of that human, the Sea Dragon King said all of a sudden as he dove down. His body moved swiftly as he headed towards the aura that he had sensed. Don't even think about it. Old ancestor Ming Whale's face changed. Without hesitation, he dove down as well, even though his speed would be even faster after he reverted to his original form. There was no time for that at all. One had to know that if that human was truly severely injured, the moment the Sea Dragon King of the Sea Beast race made the first move, he would definitely be captured. By then, all of the treasures that the human possessed would be taken away by the Sea Dragon King. In fact, even the 3 secret skills that the human possessed would be taken away by the Sea Dragon King. By then, the strength of the Sea Beast race would slowly grow stronger, and that would be disadvantageous to the sea race. Therefore, no matter what, old ancestor Ming Whale couldn't allow the Sea Dragon King to capture that human. He had to get there before the latter. Even if he couldn't capture the human alive, he had to kill him so that no one would be able to get their hands on him. One had to know that the sea race had lost old ancestor Shui Sha. In terms of top fighting strength, they were already inferior to the sea beast race. Brother Black Whale It's been many years since we've exchanged blows. Let's have a good spar today." The eight-clawed king suddenly said. His 8 claws extended and pierced into the sea like sharp swords, piercing towards old ancestor Ming Whale. His motive was naturally to stop old ancestor Ming Whale. Even though the intelligence of the sea beast race wasn't as high as the sea race as a whole, as one of the top powerful beings of the sea beast race who had lived for such a long time and suffered many losses, they had gradually grown up. As such, their intelligence naturally surpassed that of ordinary sea beasts. Eight-clawed king, you're courting death. Old ancestor Ming Whale was enraged as his killing intent blazed. However, he did not want to get tangled up with the eight-clawed king. Otherwise, the Sea Dragon King would definitely get his hands on the human. However, as the number 2 powerful being of the sea beast race, the eight-clawed king's strength wasn't too far off from the Sea Dragon King. Even though there was still a difference between him and old ancestor Ming Whale, it wasn't too difficult for him to hold the latter back for a while. Even if old ancestor Ming Whale were to burst forth with all his strength, he would only be able to suppress the eight-clawed king at best. There was no way he could take down the eight-clawed king within a short period of time. As long as the Sea Dragon King could capture that human, the sea beast race would be the biggest beneficiary. Old ancestor Ming Whale was infuriated beyond anything else. His killing intent was torrential as the seas roared. However, he could not break free from the eight-clawed king's entanglement. The Sea Dragon King had already dived down and was darting towards Chu Mu, getting closer and closer. That human is mine now. Sensing that the eight-clawed king had made his move to stop old ancestor Ming Whale, the Sea Dragon King let out a smile. He could clearly see that the aura of the human was weak, as though he was severely injured. Instantly, his speed increased by a notch. Instantly, a beam of light shot out from Chu Mu at an extremely fast speed towards the Sea Dragon King. It was too sudden and too fast. There was no time for the Sea Dragon King to dodge at all, as he was struck by the beam of light. This was the third effect of the Sealed God Compass. Sealed God Light. In his shock, the Sea Dragon King realized that he wasn't injured at all. Instantly, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, he could feel that something was amiss. It was as though his consciousness and body weren't in sync at all. Everything around him seemed to be different as well. A sword light expanded before his eyes rapidly. That golden spot was extremely frightening. Without a single sound, the seawater couldn't stop it in the slightest. Unsurprisingly, that golden spot pierced through one of the eyes of the Sea Dragon King. Before he could even feel the pain, his other eye was pierced by the golden light as well. The skin of the Sea Dragon King was extremely tough and had a shocking defensive power. Even the attack of an upper-level second refinement wouldn't be able to break through it. However, his open eyes were his weak spot. There was no way he could defend against Chu Mu's dual swords. With both eyes pierced, the terrifying sword light continued to penetrate deeper into the Sea Dragon King's mind. The immense pain caused the Sea Dragon King to tremble uncontrollably. He tried his best to retaliate and mustered his strength to block Chu Mu's dual swords. However, there was a feeling that his consciousness and body weren't in sync at all. His reaction was slightly slower by a beat. When powerful beings fought, they fought for that one breath of time. That one breath of time was enough. Chu Mu's dual swords once again burst forth with a shocking amount of power. They pierced through the obstacles and penetrated deeper into the head of the Sea Dragon King. Under the forceful stirring, the immense pain caused the Sea Dragon King's body to twitch uncontrollably. His consciousness was in a mess as his tail swept furiously in all directions. However, it couldn't threaten Chu Mu at all. Burst, burst, burst. After 3 consecutive bursts, Xiao Chen's strength was nearly exhausted. However, the dual swords had completely penetrated into the depths of the Sea Dragon King's head. The Ocean Dragon King's body was enormous. From its eyes to the depths of its head and reaching its brain, there was still a very long distance. It was far from what the 2 swords could reach. Yet, Chu Mu could only do this to send the two swords deep into the Ocean Dragon King's brain and cause even more serious damage. Chapter 1923. The eight-clawed king's 8 tentacles kept swinging about, stirring up endless waves that surged toward Patriarch Mingjing. Patriarch He-jin was infuriated. He swung his black staff at the eight-clawed king, as if he wanted to flatten him. However, the eight-claw king did not go head-to-head with old Master Mingjing. He knew that, in terms of strength, he was still slightly weaker than old Master Mingjing. He wouldn't gain anything by going head-to-head. His goal was to stall old Master Mingjing and create an opportunity for the Sea Dragon King. Once the Sea Dragon King succeeded, he would retreat immediately. The battle between the two of them caused the seawater within a radius of 1,000 miles to churn. The undercurrents were turbulent, affecting their perception of everything in the seawater. The further they were, the weaker their perception became. Therefore, they did not know that at this moment, not only did the Sea Dragon King fail to capture the human, his eyes were pierced by the human's 2 swords into the depths of his brain. The Sea Dragon King's brain was crushed and his consciousness was in a mess. His body was constantly twitching and his tail was whipping in all directions, stirring up the seabed. Turbidity was rolling in the air as the Sea Dragon King struggled continuously. With his consciousness in a mess, he couldn't send any messages to the eight-clawed king. Chu Mu quickly took out a blood essence pill and consumed it to replenish his burnt blood essence. Even though it couldn't be replenished immediately, it could provide him with a certain amount of energy to speed up the recovery of his depleted energy. Controlling the twin swords with his mind, Lin Fan pierced through the mind of the Sea Dragon King. The body of the Sea Dragon King was extremely strong, even more so than that of old Master Shueisha. However, his insides were equally weak, especially his brain, which was the weakest part of his body. The body of the Sea Dragon King was way too huge, and his defense was shocking. Chu Mu couldn't damage it from the outside, so he could only target his brain. Time and time again, the struggles of the Sea Dragon King were getting weaker. The Sea Beast race and the Sea race had a natural advantage over the human race. However, there were pros and cons as well. In terms of mental consciousness, they weren't as resilient as the human race. If a human at the high or peak of the second refinement was hit by Chu Mu's God-sealing light, they would not be as useless as the Sea Dragon King. At the very least, they would have a certain amount of resistance. Of course, they would definitely be affected. It was just the extent of the effect. It had to be said that this Ocean Dragon King was truly unlucky. The God-sealing light was something that Chu Mu had only recently grasped the third effect of the God-sealing compass. It just so happened that he was the first person to try it, so the effects were obvious. When the 2 swords flew out of Sea Dragon King's eyes, Sea Dragon King had already stopped struggling. His brain was completely crushed, and his chaotic consciousness was destroyed by the power of the 2 swords. Naturally, he fell into a state of death. With a wave of his hand, Chu Mu quickly stored the Sea Dragon King's corpse into his spatial ring. Unfortunately, there was not enough time. Otherwise, he could have asked the second Sacred King to refine the Sea Dragon King's skin into a set of treasured armor. It would definitely be more outstanding than the Blood Shark robe and Blood Shark armor. However, there were still 2 experts, the Eight-Clawed King and old ancestor Mingjing, eyeing him covetously. Chu Mu's current condition did not allow him to fight with them. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Using the undercurrent at the bottom of the sea, Chu Mu was enveloped in the innate water spiritual power and quickly moved forward. The battle above had affected their sense of aura and also provided an opportunity for Chu Mu to leave. A while later, "Stop!" the Eight-Clawed King suddenly said. Old ancestor Mingjing ignored him and continued to attack. If he stopped when he was told to stop, old ancestor Mingjing, would lose face. Old ancestor Mingjing, stop at once. The situation is not right. The Eight-Clawed King could only roar again. Old Ancestor Ming Whale swung his staff again, smashing the 8-clawed king into the sea. He knew that although the staff was powerful, it had been blocked by the 8-clawed king. At most, it had caused some minor injuries to the 8-clawed king. What's wrong? Old Ancestor Ming Jing asked. The Sea Dragon King has already dived down for so long. To think that he hasn't returned yet. I'm afraid there's a change in the situation. The 8-clawed king said hurriedly as he tried to sense out. The moment Old Ancestor Ming Jing heard this, his face changed as he tried to sense out as well. No. The 8-clawed king and Old Ancestor Ming Jing's faces changed. To think that they could not sense the aura of the Sea Dragon King at all. Could the Sea Dragon King have already captured that human and left? Old Ancestor Ming Jing could not help but guess. They continued to sense out. Gradually, they could sense an extremely weak aura that was faintly discernible. Not only that, it was weakening bit by bit. That aura was familiar to them. It was the aura of that human. There's only the aura of that human. Where's the aura of the Sea Dragon King? The 8-clawed king was astounded. There was no way the Sea Dragon King would leave without informing him. Furthermore, he could only sense the aura of that human and not the aura of the Sea Dragon King. Could it be that the Sea Dragon King had already been killed? At the thought of this, the 8-clawed king felt a chill run down his spine. Without hesitation, he said, Old Ancestor Ming Jing, I'm afraid the Sea Dragon King has met with a mishap just like Old Ancestor Swordfish. We can't let that human go. Damn it, if you hadn't stopped me on purpose, would this have happened? Old Ancestor Ming Jing hollered. The 8-clawed king did not refute. Indeed, he had stopped Old Ancestor Ming Jing on purpose. However, who would have thought that the powerful Sea Dragon King would be killed as well? Now's not the time to talk about this. Hurry up and chase after him, the 8-clawed king said hurriedly. Even so, he had no intention of striking out immediately. After all, he had to follow Old Ancestor Ming Jing. It wasn't that he had any special relationship with Old Ancestor Ming Jing, but he had some reservations in his heart. Old Ancestor Swordfish, who was as strong as he was dead. And now the Sea Dragon King, who was even stronger than him, seemed to be dead as well. The methods of that human were way too frightening. He couldn't help but be wary. Old Ancestor Ming Jing didn't think too much about it. The fact that Old Ancestor Swordfish was killed right in front of him, and that human even managed to escape from his ferocious strike, was enough to infuriate him. Therefore, he was determined to kill Chumu. This was something that the 8-clawed king couldn't compare to. Furthermore, Old Ancestor Ming Jing had always been domineering and hot-tempered, unlike the 8-clawed king who was always cautious. Hence, he gave chase swiftly. Seeing that Old Ancestor Ming Jing was giving chase, the 8-clawed king naturally didn't fall behind. However, just as they were conversing and deciding to give chase, Chumu had already swum far away. At the same time, he began to rise and left the bottom of the sea. Even though he had the power of the innate water spirit covering his entire body, allowing him to swim in the sea like a fish in water, this wasn't his home ground after all. Furthermore, that would consume the power of the innate water spirit continuously. Sword Light rushed out of the sea and quickly rose into the air. In the blink of an eye, he was thousands of meters in the air. He performed the flying heavens sword-driving technique and burst forth with all his speed. Old Ancestor Ming Jing and the 8-clawed king could naturally fly in the air as well. However, their speed in the air wasn't as fast as their speed in the sea. Hence, they gave chase in the sea. However, by the time they realized that something was wrong, Chumu had already gone far away. Moreover, his speed was extremely fast when he burst forth with all his strength, not at all inferior to the peak of the advanced second refinement. Hence, it wasn't easy for Old Ancestor Ming Jing and the 8-clawed king to catch up to Chumu. The distance between them didn't decrease at all. They still maintained their original aura. Old ancestor Mingjing and the eight-clawed king's perception of Chumu's aura was still so weak, barely discernible. Chumu flew in the air with the flying heavens, sword-driving technique while taking elixirs to recover his cultivation. Currently, he could only use the God-sealing light once because it would consume 70% of Chumu's spiritual power. Even if it wasn't enough, the effect was very obvious. Even though the Sea Beast clan was inferior to the human clan in terms of spiritual consciousness, the Sea Dragon King, who was at the peak of the second refinement, had a consciousness comparable to that of an advanced second refinement human expert. Yet it was so obviously affected that it fell into a state of confusion. It was precisely because of this that Chumu seized the opportunity to severely injure and kill it. In terms of strength, Chumu might not have been able to kill the Sea Dragon King. After all, the Sea Dragon King was at the peak of the second refinement and was extremely terrifying. Chumu had used some tricks to kill it, but no matter what, he had won in the end. Chumu also felt it from afar. Even though it was very weak, he knew that old ancestor Mingjing and the eight-clawed king had not given up and were still chasing after him. Come to think of it, with the death of the swordfish ancestor and the Sea Dragon King, the strength of both the Oceanic clan and the Oceanic Beast clan was obviously weakened. Their hatred for him could not be washed away even with all the water in the ocean. Even though he was being chased, Chumu was smiling from the bottom of his heart. He had joined the human clan's Sage King Hall in the Sky Blue Sea region and became the 15th Sage King. He had cultivated there for 2 years and benefited from the treasured armor refined by the second Sage King. All in all, Chumu still had a little sense of belonging to the human clan in the Sky Blue Sea region. Now that he had left the Sky Blue Sea region, he might not set foot here again in the future. Then, before he left, he would make another contribution to the human clan in the Sky Blue Sea region. After killing old ancestor Swordfish and the Sea Dragon King, the Sea Beast clan had lost old ancestor Swordfish, old ancestor Blood Shark, as well as the Blood Jade Emperor, King Shark, who had great potential. They had lost 3 peerless experts, especially old ancestor Swordfish and old ancestor Blood Shark, who were the second and third strongest experts. The Sea Beast clan's losses were smaller, but the one who had died was the strongest expert, the Sea Dragon King. The human clan had obtained 5 Blood Shark robes and 5 Blood Shark armors. The 5-sword throne of the Solitary Sword sect would definitely become a peerless expert in the next few years. The human clan would have 5 more Saint Kings. Under this situation, the human clan's overall strength would only become stronger and their luck would increase. They could compete with the Sea Beast clan and even suppress them. With my current speed, old ancestor Mingjing and the 8-clawed king won't be able to catch up with me. Chumu thought to himself. Looking forward, the various experiences of this period of time involuntarily flashed through his mind. Under the pursuit of the heavenly race experts, he fell into a spatial crack and didn't die. It was true that if one survived a great disaster, there would be good fortune in the future. It was indeed so. Chapter 1924. Damned Human. The Sea Tribe is not done with you. Old ancestor Ming Whale emerged from the surface of the sea and roared at Chumu's back view. His voice was filled with killing intent. The 8-claw king did not say anything, but his eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. They couldn't catch up. The human speed was not inferior to theirs at all. There was no way they could catch up to him. Furthermore, they were already far away from the sky blue ocean and had entered another ocean region. Along the way, they had already received warnings from the powerful beings of this ocean region. If they were to continue, they might incur the displeasure of the powerful beings of this ocean region and start a fight. Although they were powerful, they were alone. Once a fight broke out, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them. Therefore, when they chased to the back, they could only stop and watch as Chumu's figure disappeared into the distance, ultimately disappearing from their sight. Anger and hatred were endless like the waters of the ocean. However, once they returned, they would have to restrain themselves and not act like before. After all, Both the sea tribe and the sea beast tribe were not as strong as before. 8-Claw King, now that the Sea Dragon King is dead, you'll be the strongest being of the sea beast tribe. You can represent the sea beast tribe. I, old ancestor Ming Whale, have always been the strongest being of the sea tribe. I can also represent the sea tribe. Old ancestor Ming Whale said, I know what you mean. Old ancestor Ming Whale, I agree on behalf of the sea beast tribe. The 8-Claw King said, all right, after we return, we'll gather all the powerful beings of the various races. From now on, the sea tribe and the sea beast tribe will be allies. We'll advance and retreat together. Old ancestor Ming Whale said, Chu Mu had basically single-handedly promoted the alliance between the sea tribe and the sea beast tribe. However, after the alliance, the sea tribe and the sea beast tribe did not mention anything about going against the human race. After all, the human race Saint King had left a deep impression on them. Even old ancestor Ming Whale and the 8-Claw King were wary of him. Before they had absolute confidence, they would not lay their hands on the human race. They were only forming an alliance to prevent the human race from destroying them. That was all. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, close to 2 months had passed. I can finally see land. Chu Mu looked at the outline of the land before him and sighed softly. They had been flying on the sea for 2 consecutive months. Although the scenery was magnificent and beautiful, it was a pity that they would get tired after a long time. After flying for 2 months, all of Chu Mu's strength had been restored. The essence blood that had been burned had also naturally recovered, leaving no aftereffects. His strength was at its peak. When Chu Mu used the blood prison burning heaven's secret technique, burning 30% of his blood essence would increase his strength by 8 times. Burning 40% would increase his strength by 10 times. As for burning 50%, the increase would naturally be more, possibly reaching 13 times. However, it would affect his own foundation. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it was impossible for Chu Mu to use it. 30% was a safe standard. 40% was a little risky. Fortunately, he had the blood essence pill and replenished it in time, so there were no sequelae. The closer they got to the land, the clearer the outline became. Chu Mu could also see the scenery of the land clearly. According to the route given by the human tribe Sage King Hall in the Sky Blue Ocean region, Chu Mu's first stop after returning to the deep blue continent was the Sky Blue Ocean region. However, the Sky Blue Ocean region wasn't Chu Mu's destination. Hence, after he entered, he didn't make any stops. He directly flew over the Sky Blue Ocean region and headed in the direction of his target, the Sky Bell region. I hope that person is still in the Sky Bell region after 2 years. Chu Mu thought to himself. If he wasn't there, he would have to travel again. As he flew, Chu Mu flew over grassland. At this time, from the front, there was also a ray of light that flew over quickly. However, it didn't face him. Instead, it passed by him. The aura was caught by Chu Mu. That aura! Chu Mu was slightly stunned. He felt that the aura was somewhat familiar. It was as if he had felt it somewhere before. It left a deep impression on him. Immediately, a light flashed in his eyes. Very good. I didn't look for you. I didn't expect to meet you here. Today, I will take revenge for what happened back then. With this thought, Chu Mu slightly changed his direction. He quickly appeared on the path of the light shadow and intercepted it. What advice do you have for me? The light shadow stopped and shouted sternly. I'll give you a sword strike. Chu Mu's lips curled into a cold smile as he spoke neither slowly nor quickly. It's you. Zheng Li stared at Chu Mu. After a few breaths, he finally recognized Chu Mu. In terms of appearance, Chu Mu hadn't changed much. However, his aura was somewhat different from before. After more than 30 years, the news of Chu Mu's return to the deep blue world hadn't been widely spread. Therefore, not many people knew about it. Zheng Li didn't know about it. Therefore, he didn't recognize Chu Mu at first glance. You actually came back from the land of exile. I didn't kill you back then. but I didn't expect that you would deliver yourself to me today. You're seeking your own death." Zhang Li's face immediately revealed a sinister smile. He subconsciously felt that only 30 years had passed. No matter how amazing Yi Xuan's talent was, there was a limit to how much he could increase his strength in just 30 years. At most, he could reach the upper saint level. That was already very shocking. "Today is the day you die." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Li immediately attacked. His killing intent was like a cold wind that swept past Chumu's body like a cold current. A sharp claw, like a goshawk's claw, tore through the sky with terrifying power. Once Yi Xuan was clawed, his head would definitely shatter and his body would be torn apart. It had to be said that Zhang Li was a very cruel person. He didn't know how strong Chumu was at the moment. He only thought that Chumu was at most an upper saint level cultivator. Against an upper saint level cultivator, Zhang Li didn't show any mercy and attacked directly, leaving no chance for him to escape. In his opinion, this claw was enough to tear Yi Xuan apart. Unfortunately, he was wrong, and because of this mistake he had to pay a price. This price might not be something he could bear. Facing Zhang Li's shocking killing intent and cruel claw, Chumu's expression didn't change at all. In Zhang Li's opinion, it was because his speed was too fast and Chumu couldn't react. However, the truth was that Chumu didn't think that there was a need to dodge. As soon as Zhang Li attacked, Chumu knew that he was at the beginning of second refining. With Zhang Li's relatively average talent, it was already very difficult for him to reach the beginning of second refining. If he wanted to go any further, it would be even more difficult. If he didn't have enough luck, it would be impossible. Zhang Li realized that a long, shining silver sword had appeared in Chumu's right hand. "You still want to resist? You're overestimating yourself," Zhang Li thought to himself. He didn't take Chumu seriously at all. In that instant, there was only a flash of silver sword light that seemed to come from the void and then go back to the void. There was no starting point, no end in sight. It suddenly appeared and shot toward Zhang Li. Without any warning, Zhang Li suddenly felt his hair stand on end. It was as if the silver sword light was a fatal threat to him. Break! Zhang Li lived up to his name as a seasoned veteran. He fought his way out of the weak and reacted extremely quickly. The claw that was grabbing at Chumu suddenly changed direction and grabbed at the silver sword light. This grab was like an eagle pouncing on a snake. It grabbed at the snake's weak spot and tried to break the silver sword light. Unfortunately, Chumu's sword light wasn't a snake. Zhang Li's claw did indeed grab the silver sword light, but it couldn't break it. Instead, under the sword light, it suddenly trembled and shattered. The silver sword light wasn't hindered at all. It pierced through the void and pierced toward Zhang Li. It was too fast. There was no way to dodge or defend. When the silver sword light dissipated, Zhang Li stared blankly at the shining silver sword. He slowly pulled it out from between his eyebrows. The soft sound of the sword being pulled out from his skull was so clear that it made one's hair stand on end. You. Zhang Li raised a trembling finger and pointed at Chumu. His eyes were filled with disbelief. One sword, just one sword, was enough to defeat him, a peerless powerhouse at the initial stage of second refining. Not only was he defeated, but he was also pierced through between his eyebrows, injuring his primordial spirit. Zhang Li could feel his consciousness gradually dissipating. Once it completely dissipated, he would die. Who would have thought that a lowly and weak cultivator, who could not even be called an ant in front of him 30 years ago, would have the strength to kill him today? Moreover, it was only a sword move. Even though he had underestimated his opponent, he couldn't hide the fact that his opponent was indeed stronger than him. Otherwise, he would have been able to react in that instant and respond. No matter what he said now, it was too late. The light in Zhang Li's eyes gradually dimmed. His consciousness also gradually dissipated. He sank into darkness as if he had fallen into an abyss. The silver spirit sword disappeared from his hand. Chu Mu reached out and grabbed Zheng Li's space ring. That was his spoils of war. As for Zheng Li's corpse, Chu Mu waved his hand and a powerful force surged out. It directly bombarded Zheng Li's body and shattered it into dust. The grudge from back then was settled. There's still the other one left. Yu Ho! Chu Mu's eyes flashed. However, he didn't have the time to chase after Yu Ho. Just like Zheng Li, Chu Mu didn't take the initiative to chase after him. It was purely a coincidence that they met here. This coincidence allowed Chu Mu to settle the grudge from back then, once again returning to his original path. Chu Mu quickly flew in the direction of Tianzhong region. From Tianhai region to Tianzhong region, he still had to pass through 2 more regions. However, they were both small regions. With Chu Mu's speed, he could cross them in a month and enter Tianzhong region to reach his destination. Now, I have enough strength to obtain the essence of Earth. Once I obtain it, I can immediately cultivate the 2nd level of the Sword God's descent. After that, I will meet up with Brother Kong Lu and fight against the imperial court. Chu Mu thought to himself. The light in his eyes seemed to pierce through the sky. Chapter 1925. Among the various regions in the deep blue world, the Sky Bell region wasn't considered big, but it wasn't small either. Within the Sky Bell region, there was a mountain called the Sky Bell Mountain. It was an extremely famous mountain in the Sky Bell region. Its outer appearance was like an incomparably huge bell that was placed on the ground. The mountain was 2,999 feet tall. The rocks on the mountain had a bronze luster. From afar, it looked like an ancient bronze bell that was pressing down on the ground. Some of the stronger and more powerful experts in the Sky Bell region knew that the Sky Bell Mountain wasn't a place that any force could touch. This was because the publicly recognized number 1 expert in the Sky Bell region lived on the Sky Bell Mountain. In other words, the Sky Bell Mountain was the expert's residence. The number 1 expert in the Sky Bell region. This name was very frightening. It was 100% deterrent. A sword light was moving at lightning speed. After entering the Sky Bell region, it headed straight for the Sky Bell Mountain. From afar, Chu Mu could see the Sky Bell Mountain. It's just as the rumors say. Chu Mu saw the outline of the Sky Bell Mountain and whispered. It was like a huge ancient bronze bell that was buckled on the ground, as if it was suppressing something. Of course, there had never been any rumors that the Sky Bell Mountain was a treasure. It was just a mountain with a strange appearance and a high copper content. That was all. The person that Chu Mu was looking for lived on the Sky Bell Mountain. I hope he hasn't left. Chu Mu thought to himself. He quickly approached the Sky Bell Mountain and landed on the mountain. Is Huang Chu here? After Chu Mu landed, he released his aura fluctuation. It was equivalent to the peak of the early 2nd refining. It quickly spread out and enveloped the entire Sky Bell Mountain. At the same time, his voice also spread throughout the Sky Bell Mountain. There was a secret cave on the Sky Bell Mountain called the Sky Bell Cave. The number 1 expert in the Sky Bell region, Huang Chu, was cultivating in the Sky Bell Cave. As the Lord of the Sky Bell Mountain, Huang Chu could sense anyone who came to the Sky Bell Mountain. Therefore, when Chu Mu landed on the Sky Bell Mountain, Huang Chu also sensed it. However, he didn't care. In the past, there would be cultivators who came to the Sky Bell Mountain. As long as it didn't affect his cultivation, it was fine. To Huang Chu's surprise, this person actually came to Tianzhong Mountain for him. Huang Chu's expression changed slightly when he sensed the aura coming from the other party. It was the aura of someone at the peak of the initial stage of 2nd refinement. He wasn't sure why the other party had come looking for him, but that aura showed that the other party's strength made him wary. Since he had already named himself to look for him, Huang Chu did not continue to quietly train. He took a step forward, and his body flashed strangely, directly disappearing from the Sky Bell Cave. In the next breath, he appeared 100 meters in front of Chu Mu and looked down at Chu Mu from above. It was as if they had suddenly emerged from the Heaven Bell Mountain. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Huang Chu stood above and looked down at Chu Mu as he asked. His voice was steady and heavy, and it was like a large bell ringing by Chu Mu's ears, buzzing without end. Huang Chu's height was ordinary, and his appearance was also ordinary. He was wearing a yellow robe, and the skin that was exposed outside of the robe was a bronze color. It was almost the same color as the Heaven Bell Mountain, and it gave people a very simple and calm feeling. Heavy, like a mountain, was how it could be described. Long story short, Sir Huang Chu has the essence of earth, right? Chu Mu said directly. He didn't plan on feigning civility with Huang Chu. Going straight to the point was the best way. Hearing Chu Mu's words, Huang Chu's face sank. A terrifying aura was faintly discernible in his body, and it was heavier than 10,000 hectares. Where did this rumor come from? Huang Chu naturally wouldn't admit it. Wind Whisper Tower. Chu Mu said. Hearing the 3 words Wind Whisper Tower, Huang Chu's face turned even uglier. Wind Whisper Tower was the #1 special organization in the deep blue continent. No one could compare to them in terms of gathering information. Therefore, if Wind Whisper Tower said that he had the essence of Earth, then he really did have the essence of Earth. Of course, if he didn't have the essence of Earth, then Wind Whisper Tower wouldn't have said that. "I do have the essence of Earth, but it's mine," Huang Chu said in an incomparably solemn voice. His unwavering tone made Chu Mu understand that he wouldn't let go of anyone who coveted his essence of Earth. "Sir Huang Chu, the essence of Earth is very important to me. I'm willing to pay the corresponding price in exchange," Chu Mu said sincerely. He also knew that the essence of heaven and earth was very important to experts. For example, Luo Jining had the innate water spirit, which enhanced her water arts. The power of her water arts had obviously increased by several folds, allowing her to display her strength better in battle. This Huang Chu walked the Tao of Earth. Therefore, the essence of Earth could also enhance his strength. It was extremely valuable to him. However, Chu Mu wanted to cultivate the 2nd level of the Sword God's Descent secret technique. He needed 8 types of essence of heaven and earth. Now that he had gathered 7 types, he was still missing one, which was the essence of earth. From what he knew, Huang Chu had it. There might be other places, but Chu Mu didn't know. He also didn't have the time to search for it. Price? What price can you pay? Your life? Huang Chu smiled, his eyes filled with killing intent. He was angry. The essence of earth was very important to him. Once he lost it, his strength would definitely decrease. For those who pursued strength, strength was life. Decreasing their strength was similar to losing their life. Since ancient times, there were only a few people who knew about it and came to ask for it. Some of them even used their strength to force it. In the end, they were all killed by Huang Chu. Their corpses were also buried in Tianzhong Mountain. Now, there was actually a reckless person who coveted his essence of earth. He was simply courting death. Without giving Chu Mu a chance to speak, Huang Chu directly attacked. With a wave of his hand, a yellow-brown palm print that flickered with a bronze luster descended from the sky. The palm print rapidly grew in size, reaching a full 30 meters in size. It emitted an incomparably terrifying and heavy aura. It was as if a mountain was smashing down from the sky, wanting to smash Chu Mu into a meat patty. This attack had the strength of a peak early stage 2nd refinement. The palm print landed, and with a boom, the hard mountain rock where it landed instantly shattered. Chu Mu's figure was nowhere to be seen. There was only an irregular palm print deeply imprinted on the rock. "Your Excellency Huang Chu, I have no intentions of becoming enemies with you. Instead, I sincerely wish to exchange." Chu Mu appeared on the other side and used a calm tone to speak, neither slowly nor quickly. "Die." However, Huang Chu acted as if he didn't hear Chu Mu's words. To him, anyone who coveted his essence of earth had to die. Huang Chu wasn't surprised that his palm didn't kill Chu-Mu. After all, the aura that Chu-Mu emitted was that of a peak early stage second refinement, which was the same level as him. Of course, his true strength wasn't at the peak early stage second refinement, but even higher. Both of his hands continuously waved, and a half-meter-long yellowish-brown palm print emitted a thick bronze luster as it rapidly flew towards Chu-Mu. Although they were only half a meter long, they had an incomparably shocking aura. Every single one of them had the might of a second refinement initial stage. They were densely packed, and there were over 100 of them. They all flew towards Chu-Mu and sealed off the space around him. Then Huang Chu raised his right foot and took a step forward before stomping down heavily. With a bang, Tianzhong Mountain seemed to shake under Huang Chu's stomp. Below Chu-Mu, a terrifying light shot up into the sky and condensed into a yellow-brown spike that was covered in a bronze luster. That spike was formed from the copper ore of Tianzhong Mountain, and its power was extremely terrifying. It was clearly at the peak of the early stage second refinement. The purpose of the hundreds of palm prints wasn't to kill Chu-Mu, but to seal off the space around him and confuse Chu-Mu's vision, making it difficult for him to dodge. The spike that shot up from below was the real killing move. It had to be said that Huang Chu's move was very unique. However, his opponent was Chu-Mu. Over 100 palm imprints simply couldn't cause any trouble for Chu-Mu. His figure flashed, and Chu-Mu escaped from the 100 palm imprints. The sharp spike instantly missed as well. You have some ability. Since that's the case, seeing Chu-Mu dodge again, Huang Chu was slightly stunned. Soon after, he sneered. His aura instantly rose, surpassing the peak of the early stage second refinement, and directly reaching the middle stage second refinement. Huang Chu had used the power of the earth essence to fuse with his body, causing his strength to increase. Die! Huang Chu shouted the word die for the third time. He pointed with one hand, and a bronze light shot towards Chu-Mu like a sword. The bronze light didn't seem to be fast, but it pushed forward layer by layer. Everywhere it passed, the space collapsed inch by inch, and pitch-black scars appeared. The heavy momentum caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. This finger had exceeded the peak of the early stage second refinement. Even a middle stage second refinement expert would have to be cautious. The terrifying power of this finger not only shattered the space under the finger light, but also locked onto Chu-Mu, making him feel as if he had nowhere to dodge. It was as if that finger was the heavens and the earth, the world. No matter how he dodged, he couldn't escape the range of that finger. This was a kind of momentum of the world, enough to affect the spiritual will of an opponent of the same level. Unfortunately, Chu-Mu's strength was definitely not something Huang Chu could compare to once he unleashed it. Sword Chi Shadow. Huang Chu's body was directly pierced by the light and instantly shattered. However, Chu-Mu's real body appeared in another place. Huang Chu was really shocked. It seemed that the opponent wasn't an ordinary peak second refinement expert, but a powerful opponent. I came with sincerity, but you didn't even want to talk. I let you have 3 chances, Chu-Mu said indifferently. Now 3 chances have passed. So what? Anyone who hits my spirit of earth must die, Huang Chu roared. Huang Chu angrily roared. He didn't realize the true meaning behind Chu-Mu's words, which was to let him go 3 times. After the 3rd time he would attack. Yet, once he attacked, the result would be different. Chapter 1926. He had given in 3 times because Chu-Mu had come with sincerity and intended to make an exchange, not to take it by force. But after 3 times, if the other party was still unwilling to stop, it meant that the other party was not tactful. Chu-Mu would fight back. He was not the kind of person who would do anything to achieve his goal, but he was also not a pedantic person who did not know how to be flexible. However, to deal with Huang Chu, Chu-Mu did not need to use all of his strength. Back then, when Chu-Mu bought the information from the Wind Tower, He knew that Huang Chu's strength was at the peak of the initial stage of second refining. However, he had the essence of earth. Once he used the power of the essence of earth, he would definitely be more powerful. Therefore, at that time, even though Chu Mu had the ability to perform a powerful sword move like the Heavenly Slaughter and Earthly Calamity Sword style, he was not confident that he could defeat Huang Chu. It was undoubtedly very dangerous to propose a trade when one's strength was insufficient. Today, it had also proven this point. Fortunately, Chu Mu's strength could not be compared to back then. He grasped the void with his right hand. Under the silver light spiritual sword appeared. Let's end the battle as soon as possible so that the power of the spirit of earth will not be overused, Chu Mu thought. Huang Chu used the power of the spirit of earth, which would naturally be consumed. The longer the battle, the more power the spirit of earth would consume. Once it was overused, even if Chu Mu obtained it, he would not be able to use it immediately. He would have to spend time and energy to cultivate it. Sword realm change. Now, Chu Mu could add the power of the sword realm to the sword in his hand, increasing its power by 7 times. The strength of the peak of the initial stage of second refining had reached the middle stage of second refining. Moreover, it was close to the peak. This was already more powerful than Huang Chu when he used the spirit of earth. However, Chu Mu did not intend to stop there. This was because Huang Chu had grasped the spirit of thick earth. He might even have grasped a secret technique related to the spirit of thick earth. Once he used it, his strength would soar again. He might reach the peak of the middle stage of the second refinement or even higher. In that case, the power of the spirit of thick earth would definitely be consumed. It was fine if he did not attack, but if he did attack, he would quickly finish off his opponent. Sword God descends. Chu Mu immediately activated the power of the Sword God's descent secret technique that had recovered a little bit in his body. The sharpness of the silver light spirit sword increased tenfold. All of this happened in an instant. Huang Chu could feel Chu Mu's aura rising from the peak of the initial stage of second refinement to the middle stage of second refinement. Then it rose again and reached the peak of the middle stage of second refinement. Huang Chu could vaguely feel that Chu Mu was half a step into the advanced stage of second refinement. Huang Chu's expression changed drastically. Such strength had already surpassed his own. Although activating the spirit of thick earth to use the secret method would cause damage to the spirit of thick earth, and it would take a long time for it to recover, there was no other way at this moment. Huang Chu had to use the secret method. However, just as he activated the power of the spirit of thick earth and was about to use the secret method to increase his strength, a silver sword light appeared in front of his eyes. It seemed to have no beginning or end. The whole world disappeared. Only the silver sword light pierced through, eternal and indestructible. It was so fast that it surpassed time and space. It also surpassed Huang Chu's reaction and his thoughts. He could only watch as the incomparably bright silver sword light pierced between his eyebrows. Then it broke through all his defenses and pierced into his mind. Under the explosion of a terrifying power, it raged in his mind and wantonly destroyed his spiritual world. His primordial spirit was directly pierced, and the consciousness within began to collapse. Even if I die, I won't let you get the spirit of thick earth. Moreover, you will die too. Huang Chu's collapsed consciousness erupted with the last of his ruthlessness. He wanted to detonate the spirit of thick earth. This way, not only would Chu Mu not get the spirit of thick earth, but at such a close distance he would also be affected by the explosion of the spirit of thick earth. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. In your dreams, Chu Mu let out a low roar. The silver light, spirit, sword trembled. Under the true intent of quake, Huang Chu's consciousness quickly collapsed. Furthermore, his primordial spirit shattered. His entire mental world was unable to withstand the true intent of Quake's power and shattered into pieces. Huang Chu's eyes dimmed with the last of his unwillingness. In the end, his consciousness collapsed, and he didn't even have the ability to detonate the spirit of thick earth. He pulled out the sword. With a bang, Huang Chu's body fell back. There was a very smooth sword wound between his eyebrows. I wanted to trade with you, but you refused. You had to go to this step. Looking at Huang Chu's body, his dim eyes opened and stared at the sky as if he was saying something. He was filled with unwillingness and regret. Chumu couldn't help but whisper. With a wave of his hand, Huang Chu's interspatial ring flew into Chumu's hand. Soon after, Chumu felt an aura move on Huang Chu's body. It was an aura that was as steady and heavy as a mountain. That aura was rapidly condensing from Huang Chu's body and moving downwards. The spirit of thick earth. Chumu roared and quickly moved. His powerful aura directly passed through Huang Chu's body and acted on the aura. He immediately imprisoned it. Then he slashed out and cut open Huang Chu's body. However, he didn't hurt the spirit of thick earth at all. Since the spirit of thick earth was called a spirit, it already had a considerable amount of spirituality. When it was weak, Huang Chu had obtained it and forcibly refined it. After that, Huang Chu had constantly nurtured the spirit of thick earth. The stronger the spirit of thick earth was, the more beneficial it would be to his strength. Therefore, the spirit of thick earth was much stronger than before. It had more spirituality. As soon as Huang Chu died, the spirit of thick earth planned to leave his body. As long as it entered Tianzhong Mountain, it would be free. As long as it was careful, it wouldn't be captured in the future. Unfortunately, Chumu had already sensed it and cut off its path. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the spirit of thick earth in his hand. The spirit of thick earth was a yellowish-brown thing. When he held it in his hand, it was very heavy. Chumu felt as if he was holding a mountain. If his saint body hadn't reached the pinnacle of 9th level and his strength wasn't amazing, he wouldn't have been able to hold it firmly. It felt good. It seemed soft, but was actually very hard. The spirit of thick earth kept struggling in Chumu's hand, trying to escape from Chumu's grasp. That was impossible. I finally got the essence of thick earth. Chumu looked at the spirit of thick earth in his hand and sighed. After such a long time, he finally gathered all the treasures needed for the 2nd level of the Sword God's Descent secret technique. The most important thing was the 8 essences of the power of the world. Now I can cultivate the 2nd level of the Sword God's Descent secret technique. Chumu thought. He didn't leave because Tianzhong Mountain would be a good place to cultivate. The famous experts in Tianzhong region all knew that there was a powerful, peerless expert living in Tianzhong Mountain. He was the #1 expert in Tianzhong region. Tianzhong region was equivalent to that person's private territory. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't come here at all. For those ordinary cultivators, Tianzhong Mountain was full of copper mines. The gravity was so great that it was difficult for them to move an inch. With a sweep of his spiritual power, Chumu found the Tianzhong cave where Huang Chu had been cultivating in seclusion. His figure flickered, and he appeared outside Tianzhong cave. He broke the seal, walked in, and repaired it. The 2nd level of the Sword God's Descent secret technique requires 8 essences of the power of the world and hundreds of precious materials. I've gathered all of them now. Chumu took out all the materials he needed and arranged them in front of him. However, the spirit of metal can strengthen the sharpness of the sword. The innate water spirit can increase the flexibility of the body. The spirit of thick earth can also increase the defense of the body. And the origin of wood can increase the vitality and strengthen the self-healing ability. It's a pity to use all of them. I have to keep some of them. The origin of wood is strong enough. I only need half of it to cultivate. I don't need all of the spirit of metal and the innate water spirit. But it's also very good to cultivate it for a while. The spirit of thick earth is between the spirit of metal and the origin of wood. However, to be on the safe side, I'll take some time to cultivate it. The spirit of metal and the innate water spirit were both controlled by Chumu. Then he also controlled the spirit of thick earth. Suddenly, he had a feeling of compatibility with the Sky Bell Mountain under his feet. The spirit of thick earth was born from the Sky Bell Mountain. There weren't many other treasures in Huang Chu's interspatial ring, and they weren't very valuable. The only thing that Chu cared about was the 300 or so crystals of the law of earth. Chu simply used all of them to cultivate the spirit of thick earth. It should be known that Huang Chu wouldn't have dared to do this before, because the 300 or so crystals of the law of earth were the wealth that he had accumulated over many years. He would only occasionally feed the spirit of thick earth one. Chu Mu's actions were definitely generous. The spirit of thick earth was also very excited, constantly absorbing the power of the crystals of the law of earth. In addition to feeding the spirit of thick earth, Chu Mu also fed the spirit of metal and the innate water spirit. Only the origin of wood couldn't be fed due to the lack of the corresponding law crystals. 10 days later, the 300 or so crystals of the law of earth were all absorbed by the spirit of thick earth. The power that Huang Chu had used before not only recovered, but the spirit of thick earth also seemed to have grown a little bigger, and its aura fluctuations were stronger. Similarly, the aura fluctuations of the spirit of metal and the innate water spirit were more obvious, and their colors were more vibrant. Okay, next I'll divide the origin of wood, the spirit of thick earth, the spirit of metal, and the innate water spirit. After dividing, he kept part of them in his body. When he used them, Chu Mu's strength would increase, and he could continue to feed them and make them stronger. The other part could be used to cultivate the second level of the Sword God's Descent secret technique, so that Chu Mu could master more powerful secret techniques. When he used them, his strength would reach a higher level.